I'd like to call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Let's start, Angela, if we can, with a roll call.
Of course. Connie Balmer.
Here.
Peter Bragdon.
Here.
Rudy Chapa.
Here.
Ann Curry.
Here.
Alan Ford.
Here.
Ross Carey.
Here.
Claire Lillis.
Here.
Orly McIntyre.
Here.
Jimmy Murray.
Here.
Will Postian.
Here.
Deborah Ralph.
Here.
President Schill.
Here.
Mary Wilcox.
Here.
We must have a quorum.
You do.
We need to approve, or fail to approve, I suppose, the September and October minutes. Do I hear a motion for approval of one or both of those?
So moved.
That's for both of them, I assume? Yes?
Yes.
Any discussion, comment on that? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
They approve. We're going to start with, as we always do, with the public comment section. Amy, I thought I saw you. Where are you, Amy? Oh.
Amy's taking the final, so we're going to do her report.
Oh. But Jennifer's going to...
Public comment list.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought Amy was on the public comment list today, too. No? Okay. Okay, to public comment. And once again, we'll do it in the order in which people signed up. I want to remind you that while we sometimes are liberal about this, these are 3-minute sessions for each speaker. And please speak to the subject matter that you indicated you were going to when you signed up. So Bill Harbaugh is the first person who has signed up, Professor Harbaugh. I'm having a tough time today with my speakers. Okay, we'll go to the next one. David Eagle, is it Igo? And David, you are an alum and you'd like to speak relative to the Knight campus, I understand.
Right, especially, well, really primarily Mr. Knight himself more than the campus. And I'll just jump in. I'll be quick today.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to see you all again, and I hope you'll take heart with what I have to say. Phil Knight, who has done so much for this university, demonstrated in his autobiography both his appreciation for the study of history and the importance of telling the truth. Although he's been discredited, Mr. Schill has continued to promote the lie that in the early 1960s, encompassing Mr. Knight's era at the University of Oregon as a student and track coach Bowerman's new business partner, that the U of O was a place where a former department head who headed the local chapter of a violent white supremacist organization that harassed local Catholics would be honored rather than despised. In his recent State of the University speech, Schill has continued to represent the denaming of Dunn Hall as an accomplishment. He went on to sing aloud for praise only a handful of faculty out of the vast number serving the University of Oregon. This included disgraced historian Marcia Wiesiger, who misrepresented the character of involvement with the Fraternal Order by Professor Dunn, as well as misrepresented the Fraternal Order as being a terrorist organization. In one of her earlier works, Wiesiger demonstrated her low intellectual level by informing her readers about how good it is to think with the sheep. Michael Schill is responsible for the Dunn Hall denaming fiasco. He wants to have the U of O recognized as a great research institution. With Mr. Schill at the helm, the U of O has demonstrated its inability to research even its own history from easily available materials and documents. Schill writes dishonest editorials in the New York Times, smearing Mr. Knight and Professor Dunn to promote himself, and hosts panel discussions, willfully misleading students and the public as to our heritage and his own incompetence. You trustees first allowed Mr. Schill to make fools of you, and then failed to take action for 6 months after your folly in the Dunn Hall denaming fiasco was clearly demonstrated. You have shown no interest in the fact that Schill repeatedly lied to your faces. I was born and raised here in Eugene. The only race-baiting religious bigot in a position of authority I've ever encountered here is Michael Schill. As a result of your irresponsible inaction, I am beginning a major publicity campaign to expose the scandal. I urge you to get on the truth train, which is leaving the station. The alternative is some very bad publicity for all of you, especially Colas Construction, The Shed, Columbia Sportswear, Summit Bank, and Central Catholic High School. I urge you to select a new president for the University of Oregon, not one who has at least some claim to being a scholar and to practicing honesty, one who is a true duck rather than a quack. I urge you to set the record straight and to formally apologize to Professor Dunn's family, the United Methodist Church in downtown Eugene, Phil Knight, and the entire state of Oregon. You're all invited to contact me if you wish. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
May I make just a point of process?
Yes.
So, again, we just want to reiterate that when folks sign up under a particular topic, it's because public comment is given priority for those items on an agenda, so that the trustees can hear about topics. And unfortunately, that wasn't the topic that was given to us today, but I just ask that those who have not yet been called but signed up under a particular topic do speak about the topic they signed up.
Okay. Rather than debate that at some length, let's move forward. Joe Tyndall, and you'd like to speak about academic excellence, as I understand it. Welcome.
Okay, good morning. Diversity, a social justice buzzword or some variant, appears 14 times in your meeting packet. This includes thrice in Michael Schill's Factors for Academic Excellence, which also contains the phrase, the ability to think critically. Sadly, critical thinking and social justice are incompatible. Either a university seeks truth or it coddles ideology. You cannot have both. Furthermore, if you choose discrimination over meritocracy, you are not aspiring to excellence. Mr. Schill, how does it feel to be protested for wrongthink? Don't worry, it will get worse. Social justice eats its own. Consider the fate of schools like Massou or Evergreen, where social justice took power. You cannot appease these harpies with festival director purges, feminist-run rape tribunals, or building denamings based on fraudulent scholarship. Like all good Marxists, they will come for you. Positing a knowable, objective physical reality, science, the offspring of modernist philosophy, has produced all the technological marvels social justice warriors take for granted, including those tiny screens doggedly dispensing dopamine doses. In contrast, postmodernism, the core of social justice, devalues both reason and our senses as arbiters of truth. For postmodernists, if you feel something is true, then it is. This is the opposite of critical thinking. In non-STEM courses, social justice indoctrination installs an ideological lens, a collectivist victim identity, beliefs at odds with observable facts, and the notion that activism is the highest good. You then turn these closed-minded, authoritarian, intolerant, censorious bullies loose on society. Does social justice produce truth? 90% of papers published by social justice academicians have not been cited even once. Much of this is unreadable ideological word salad. As one example of the conflict between science and social justice, consider sexual reproduction. This emerged 1.4 billion years ago. Our evolutionary ancestors, chordates, fish, amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and primates were all either male or female. Offspring with genetic or embryological defects rarely breed. Biology recognizes only two sexes or genders, words that until recently were synonyms. Yet social justice has suddenly discovered many previously unknown human genders. No matter how many folks cross-dress, or how many people social justice warriors punish for simply disagreeing, there are still only two genders. The only diversity social justice does not tolerate is diversity of thought. SJWs do not debate. For them, there is no middle ground. This university is creating monsters. In closing, it is okay to be white. It is okay to be male. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on. Charlie Landros? Don't see. Are you? I don't see. I'm sorry? Okay. Okay, so Bill, would you like to go next? You were first. We'll defer to you. Bring your coffee with you. Welcome.
Welcome, everybody. To be honest, I forgot that I'd signed up to speak. But I have a few quick things to say. I guess I'll talk about the student conduct code process for discipline of the students who disrupted President Schultz's speech. I was at that speech, and I carefully read the student conduct code and the university's policies on academic freedom and free speech and so forth. Those policies are pretty well written. They're certainly better than the University of Chicago's policies, clearer and shorter and more to the point. And it's clear that they give students the right to, they actually use the word disrupt speech so long as they don't prevent speech. I think that it would have been better to word them to say they give the students the right to interrupt speech and not prevent speech. Clearly things like holding up signs, a little bit of chanting, laughing at a speaker, those are all appropriate, part of the audience's right to respond to what a speaker is saying, and in my understanding, protected by the First Amendment. So then the question is whether the students went beyond that to actually, prevent President Schultz from speaking, giving his State of the University address, an address which I wanted to hear and many other people in the audience wanted to hear, straight up. So I was there. I couldn't really say, in a court of law, was this a prevention of his right to speech or just the students expressing their disagreement with what he was going to say. So the administration told the students at the time that they were preventing a university event from happening, and they asked the students to leave. They told the students to leave. They told the students they were violating the student conduct code if they stayed, and the students stayed. And then the administration left and declared that the president had been prevented from speaking and sent out a recording of the speech instead. Then the students, those are the bare things that I remember. What I really want to talk about was the student discipline process. So, this was a political demonstration, obviously. It's not the usual student discipline situation, which is, somebody cheats on an exam or brings a bottle of Jack into their dorm or something like that. So it's complicated in ways that I don't think the Student Conduct Code Office is used to dealing with. So they tried to identify who the protesters were. They made a mistake. They looked on the Facebook page of the protesters' website, and they saw that somebody had liked the event, and they sent that person a conduct code letter calling them into the office for breaking the student conduct code, pretty much purely on the basis of having clicked like for the event, although they say that they saw someone who looked similar to her in the photographs that they'd seen of the event. So that, that seems a little bit Big Brotherish, I guess, to be doing that, but maybe it's normal police work. Then the students were given a letter, and it was a very poorly worded letter. The intent of the letter was to give the students an easy out. I don't think that anybody had the intention of disciplining them to the point of harming their academic progress. So there were two options. One which was just come into the office, talk to somebody for a while, and you're done. And then the other option was don't accept. The first option, you had to accept responsibility. The second option is don't accept anything, but rather come down to have a administrative conference, which is essentially a hearing on whether you disrupted or whether you are guilty or not. It's not really a legal process. They don't really use those words, but that's the basic situation. And then face your discipline. And my understanding is that I think one student so far has gone through that part of the process. The discipline is not horrible. It's like a 3-page paper on, your experiences protesting at the University of Oregon. Yes?
I just want to suggest that maybe you not discuss the specifics of an individual student's student conduct process, because that is an educational record protected by FERPA.
Okay. Sorry. I'm not sure that I stepped over that line, but I'll make sure I stay on your side of it. So I won't even take 5 minutes, I promise. I'm already at 5 minutes. Can I have 30 seconds more? Yeah. Okay. So that's the situation at the moment. In 2014, the Board of Trustees took authority for student conduct away from the university faculty, and you guys took control of it and then delegated the authority for it to the administration. When you did so, you kept the basic structure, which was a committee, University Appeals Board to hear appeals, and a Student Conduct Code committee to kind of set the conduct code and think about what the policy should be at the moment. But you never took steps to make sure that those committees were staffed and that they reported to you. So from my understanding is that they have not reported to you for the past 3 years, despite clear statement in the conduct code that they're supposed to do that. So the Senate met. The Senate had a resolution. I hope you'll take a chance to read it. The bottom line of it is that it calls on these committees to meet and to consider the events that happened during this incident and to see if it's appropriate to change the student conduct code now to handle these kinds of political events. And that's all I got to say. Any questions?
No, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
I think all of us on the board received information on almost all of what Bill introduced in terms of the process and the history and the thinking behind it. So it was a nice reminder, but I think we've all received quite a bit of briefing on this subject. Okay, let's go to Trustee Wilcox. Are you here? Yes. I was going to say you're honorable trustee, but...
You're always the president.
Jennifer, Bridget, can you help me?
You're making me nervous over here.
Really? Oh, you didn't know you were on the agenda this
I
morning?
didn't until now.
It's nice to see you, Kurt. Welcome
Nice to
back.
see you as well. I have to say, when I left the board in July, I was not expecting to come back in this role, but I have a deep concern about enrollment and growth, topics that you discussed in September, and I wanted to share my thoughts on that with you. Maybe I'll wait for the chart to get around.
And I
here,
know
so
you're always precise on the 3 minutes.
This may be a few minutes more than 3, but it will be on topic.
Go.
Okay. I wasn't able to attend the September board meeting, but I did watch it on the webcast. And I wanted to say I greatly appreciated the thoughtful and well-researched presentation you received from Jamie, Brad, and Roger about enrollment and future growth. And I certainly agree with their premise that the U of O is going to need to grow in some fashion in order to meet its strategic goals and financial needs. However, I am very concerned about our recent experience with undergraduate enrollment and what that experience says about our ability to grow the university in ways that both benefit Oregon students and increase our financial stability. And I'd like to look a little closer at the 2 questions Connie asked at the end of that presentation. She said, and I'm paraphrasing, 1, why did the U of O see a decline in overall enrollment of about 750 students from 2013 to 2017? And how important is it that the U of O continues to enroll more resident undergraduates than non-resident undergraduates? If you take a look at the chart that I've prepared for you, I think you'll see where my concerns are. That chart focuses on undergraduate enrollment, not overall enrollment. And it looks at U of O, OSU, and PSU for the past 5 years. I started with 2012, 2013, because that's the year where our undergraduate enrollment hit its peak. And all the data you're looking at is coming from the institutional research components of the three schools. I think you can see right away that the U of O has experienced a serious and continuous decline in undergraduate enrollment during the past 5 years. Our undergraduate enrollment has dropped by 7%, almost 1,500 students. That decline has been especially pronounced in the past 2 academic years when we've lost 1,200 students. Of greater concern from my perspective is the fact that our resident undergraduate enrollment has dropped 14% in the past 5 years, a total of 1,700 students. During the first 3 of those past 5 years, we limited our undergraduate enrollment losses by bringing in non-resident students. But now in the last 2 years, we've lost 538 non-resident undergraduates, nearly 6%. So why is this? In responding to Connie's question about the overall enrollment decline, Roger cited the shrinking demographics of Oregon high school graduates, the limited number of those graduates who meet our admission standards, and the administration's goal of keeping undergraduate enrollment in the 20 to 21,000 range. It seems to me that while those graduation and admissions trends are real, there's more going on here. And I would urge the board to get a better handle on what's behind this enrollment decline before you pin your hopes on financial stability on enrollment growth. If you look at the PSU experience, you'll see that their reduction in undergraduate enrollment is very similar to ours. However, you'll also see that they had a net increase this year at the time when we were experiencing a significant decline of over 700 students. Maybe this is an anomaly. Maybe it's a change in their trend. They did, after all, increase resident undergraduate enrollment by about 220 students this year. The situation at OSU, though, has been very different from ours in PSUs. They've shown consistent, solid growth in undergraduate enrollment the past 5 years, adding about 800 on average every year. And while the bulk of that increase has been in non-resident undergraduates, OSU has grown its resident undergraduate enrollment by about 450. Their resident undergraduate enrollment has gone up 3% at the same time that PSU's has gone down 11%, and ours has gone down 14%. So the U of O is clearly losing ground on undergraduate enrollment in general, and we're well behind OSU in our ability to attract resident undergraduates. This has not only got implications for any plans you might have to grow the student body, but it also raises more immediate questions about reduced tuition revenue. Last year, as you remember, when we were discussing a large tuition increase, I suggested that we could meet our financial obligations with a smaller tuition increase and fewer budget cuts if we managed to just increase our enrollment of undergraduates by 100 students. If we'd gotten those 100 students, it would have meant an additional $2 million in tuition and revenue. As it turned out, we didn't add 100 more students. We lost 716. And so instead of adding $2 million, we put ourselves in a $14 million hole on anticipated revenue. That's roughly double the amount that we're concerned about on our PERS increase. So I would suggest that even though there may be ways to recover from that lost revenue, that is a significant concern. And if we don't turn around this resident undergraduate enrollment and overall undergraduate enrollment decline, we will have serious consequences that will involve budget cuts, layoffs, and probably even reduction of programs, elimination of programs. So I see my time is up. I will stop there and leave that chart for you to take a look at. But I would certainly encourage you to consider the need to retain resident undergraduates and the need to figure out what's going on so that we can increase undergraduate enrollment, not have it continue to slide as it has the last 2 years. Thanks.
Terrific. Thank you, Kurt. Good to see you again. Thanks for the data sheet. Okay, we're going to turn next to people who signed up this morning. These are the next 4 speakers are students. The first one is David Pulaski. Welcome, David. And David wants to talk about his academic experience.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So to make this brief, I'm a transfer student from the Honors College at a different Pac-12 institution to the Honors College here. And just based off that, I feel like I have a good reference point to sort of gauge what higher education should and could be. And based on my experience, I can honestly say, I want you guys to know this, that my education here, my academic experience has been vastly superior to what it's been at my previous institution. And more importantly, I think it's steadily increased since I've gotten here. And lastly, I'd like to say that I spend probably, I don't know, around 30 hours a week in the Lillis Business Complex, whether it's studying, group meetings, or classes, and I love every minute of it. So I just want to say thank you to you guys. What you guys do is much appreciated, although it's not always vocal, especially from some of the students, but it is much appreciated. I know that what you guys do is volunteer work, and you guys take time away from home and from your families. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good holiday season, David. The next speaker is Casey Hickman, another student. Also talk about academic experience.
Not here.
I'm sorry.
He said
He's not here at the
Okay.
moment.
I can't quite read this writing. This is
Mr. Stenstead.
welcome.
Good morning. My name is Darius. Sorry, my handwriting is a little poor. I just want to say, came to this school really nervous, and like the resources that the school has given me to become, better person, better student, more outgoing, social, and communicating better has been tremendous. I've learned a ton. I am learning more. Couldn't be more happy, and I'm excited for what this new football program. Thank you all, and have a good Christmas.
Are you available as a coach?
Absolutely. I'd do anything for the school.
And what is your major?
Political science.
Perfect. Thank you. Have a good holiday. Griffin Kent. He left. Okay. Are there any other speakers who signed up that we missed? I don't think so. And Charlie has not come in. Okay. So let's conclude that portion of our meeting, and we'll turn now to the standing reports. And is Amy?
Amy's taking her final, so she's going to get here as soon as she can for the report.
So let's go directly to Chris Sinclair, the university president.
Senate President.
I'm sorry, University Senate President.
Thank you for the
I'm
promotion.
just setting up that this will be a one-on-one conversation.
All right. I was also guest coach for the day at the Arizona game, so if you do need a coach with a winning record, you're looking at the
Right there, huh?
I'll do it for cheap.
Our real president's always interested in the defensive coaches.
All right, so you have my report. I should say some things about it. A lot of these are just kind of personal comments and observations that I've come to based on conversations with lots of people around campus. Most of my days as Senate President are in meetings and in conversations with people. And you hear good ideas, and sometimes these good ideas percolate up to the people that can do something about them, and sometimes they don't. And so a lot of this is kind of an effort just to ensure that good ideas, or ideas that I think are good, actually percolate up to the top. I do want to talk really about the bullet points at the very top, which are the Senate agenda items, the things that we put on the agenda at the beginning of the year, and the things that the Senate still hopes to be able to put in place before the end of the year. So one we talked about yesterday was the establishment of the Core Ed Council, and this would basically be the group of faculty and some administrators that would be shepherding the changes to the Core Ed system through. And really just like shepherd, I think, is the right word, because that work will never be done. That will be a continual evolution. Occasionally there will be, leaps forward as we come up with good ideas, but we always need to have faculty with an eye on the ball there. So I think that will happen probably in the first half of the winter quarter. We already have a charge for the committee. We have suggested membership for the committee. We think we know what that committee will be doing. The task force, which has been working on this, will also have goals and learning objectives for each one of the requirement categories that we talked about yesterday. So this will probably be kind of, we can think of this as initial data, because the Core Ed Council will have the ability to take those and alter them as they see fit going forward. We're also working there to ensure that our goals and learning objectives can be tied into assessment so that we can assess how students are doing in these goals. And also some of the ideas from yesterday were also to be responsive to, in the sense what Kurt was talking about earlier, is providing some sort of Oregon experience, something that does have educational value, but also something that we can share with students and parents to say, this is why you should come to Oregon. This is a thing that you will get. This is something that you will not get anywhere else. And I think if we can do that effectively, then hopefully we can reverse some of these enrollment declines, because we will be offering a distinct product that obviously has value to Oregonians and others. So I should say that faculty are very sensitive to these ideas as well. Obviously, the educational component and the pedagogy that goes into these classes is paramount, but we do understand that we are working in a market and that we have to provide something for the money that students are paying. And as we all know, they're paying more and more every year. So we need to be responsive to that and not offer the same education that we did in the 90s. We need to up our game. So that is happening. That's moving forward. I feel like that will fall into place. We also talked a little bit yesterday about the revision of the multicultural requirement. Again, this was an initiative put together by the Undergrad Council, which is a Senate committee, and President Schill in response to the Black Student Task Force, which met a few years ago and produced a list of demands. One of those demands was essentially Ethnic Studies 101 for all. For various reasons, this wasn't practical, and so we impaneled a group of individuals, faculty members on campus that work in multicultural areas. That's their area of research or the area that they teach around, and so they put together some suggestions about how we could update our multicultural requirement to be responsive to the demands, maybe not the exact demands as they were written, but the ideas behind the demands of the Black Student Task Force. I think certainly this will be, the ideas will be presented to the Senate this year. There's been some discussion as to whether or not this should wait for the establishment of the Core Ed Council, right, because that's what the Core Ed Council will be for. My feeling, though, is if we can get this in place now, that'd be a good idea, just to have one piece in place before the Core Ed Council has to do its work, just because there's a lot of other pieces there. But I'm not 100% sanguine about the prospects of that going through this year, but we're going to try. At the beginning of the academic year, the new provost, Giant, approached us and asked about the possibility of putting in place some sort of expedited tenure process. As you probably know, we have a new Nobel laureate here at the University of Oregon, which I think is fantastic. You may or may not know that this Nobel laureate is a non-tenure track faculty, which to me is a little bit embarrassing. I think it would have been nice if we could have invited him to campus as a tenured faculty member. There are various reasons for why this happened, but one of the reasons is essentially that we have a very prescribed tenure process, as we should, right? This needs to be a faculty-driven process. However, it takes time. The department has to look at it, the college level. Oftentimes there's another group of faculty impaneled there making recommendations to the dean. The dean forwards those recommendations to the faculty personnel committee, which is a university-wide committee. And then finally the recommendations from that committee go to the provost, and the provost makes the final decision. Right? All of this is just exactly the way it should be for members who, for individuals at the university who have been here for a period of time. There's a full expectation that it takes a year to go through this process when you get tenured, and that's the way it should be. But if we see extremely capable external scientists or researchers or scholars that we want to attract, it's easier to attract them if we have the ability to say, well, we realize that you are tenured where you are. We would like to offer you the job full professor plus tenure so that you're not giving up that perk, you're not giving up that right in order to come here. And so the provost has asked us to put together an expedited tenure process. This is wending its way through the Senate right now. We've had 3 discussions on the floor of the Senate. There was a hope that we would vote on it last Wednesday, but we got a little bit derailed with the resolution from the UO Student Collective. That was the right thing to do at the time. We hope to come back to this at either the first or second Senate meeting of the new year. And I think there's support for it to pass, but until it passes, we won't know for sure. Finally, we are also working on student evaluation of teaching reform. There are some issues with student evaluations. One question that I think is probably the most important question is, why are we doing this? And I'm not asking this question, why are we doing this, because I want to say we should not be doing this. This question is, why are we doing this? Are we doing this to make the instructors better? Are we doing this to collect data so we can evaluate those instructors for promotion? Right? Those are 2 very different things, and so somehow we need to separate the questions or the way that we're asking students. What do you think about the course, the content, the material, how it was taught, and what can you say to us to help to give to the instructor to make that better, to make that course better, right? And then whether or not we want to use these things for evaluation purposes, I think we have to be careful there, because when you look at some of the data, it suggests that there is clear bias against, for instance, women instructors, foreign instructors, et cetera, in the student evaluation process. So we need to ensure that if we're using these for evaluation, that there's some sort of mechanism put in place to protect individuals from that kind of bias. So I think the idea would be that we will be collecting other information to ensure that people are improving their teaching. So instead of asking students to essentially grade their instructors and that information to be used for evaluation purposes, instead you will be able as an instructor to say, well, I did this, 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 and this to improve my teaching. There will also be a mechanism by which students can, if something rises to a level of a complaint that the department head needs to see, can get information to the department head so that we do have the ability to be responsive to situations like that. And then also a component which will allow students to actually provide input, which is specifically for the use of the instructor to improve their course. So if we kind of pull these things apart just to ensure that the right kind of information gets to the right people to make the appropriate changes, that is the idea. So I think, like I said, with the possible exception of the multicultural requirement, which might get pushed back into core ed, the other 3 items there, I think we certainly will have action on. I hope that it's positive action in the case of expedited tenure, but there certainly will be action on all of those.
Thank you. Did everyone receive Chris's written report? Are there any 1 or 2 questions for Chris? Yes.
Yeah, Chris, in your write-up about the Gen Ed review, you had mentioned one of the criteria is that the courses are distinctly Oregon. Mm-hmm. And since we're all ambassadors for Oregon, I think it's important we understand what that means, so we're able to mirror that. Can you help us understand, give examples of distinctly Oregon?
Well, I think that's a good question, and really what I mean is kind of a distinctly Oregon experience. So not necessarily at the granularity of course by course. So, for instance, if I'm teaching first-year calculus, it's hard to make that individually distinctly Oregon. However, when you kind of look at kind of experiences or things that we want students to be able to report out and say, well, I went to the University of Oregon and this is what I got, right? That is what I want to be distinct. So just kind of the idea of having these shared experiences where people feel really tied to the other individuals that are in the class with them, or that the themes that we choose for these thematic areas, for instance, sustainability or things that we have specialization in, for instance, environmental humanities, areas that we know that we have strength in, and that students can actually reflect at the end of their education and say, wow, not only did I get an education in sustainability, but I was able to leverage the specific programs that the University of Oregon has and other places might not, in order to get an education that is not just kind of a generic sustainability education, but something that is more. So I think this is just an idea of taking the strengths that we have and not necessarily just teaching themes, not just because they're current, but because they're current and we have particular expertise here. This is my thoughts.
Okay, any other thoughts? All right, thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
I think we'll just go to you, Mr. Provost.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Good morning, everybody. It's been more than 5 months since I joined here, and time flies when you're having fun. And one of the really nicest things that has happened to me is working with Mike Schill. We talk a lot. We spend a lot of time together. We have real agreement on many, many fundamental values and principles, but we are quite different from each other, and that makes for even more fun. So we can talk about a lot of things, and one of the things that both Mike and I really are passionate about is that our university derives its excellence from its people, and so we really try very hard to be there for our people, and by that I mean our faculty of all ilks, our wonderful staff, and most especially, because we are a university, our students have to come first, and so that's what we are all for, and that's what we are trying to do. I have also been very blessed in the provost's office to have terrific people around me. They give of themselves, but I work most closely with 3 people: Melanie Munzer, who is right here, Brad Shelton and Scott Pratt, who will be talking to you later on about academic excellence and how we measure it. And together we have made a list of about 20 or so priorities for the provost's office. And we sat down and we tried to ask, are they high priority or medium priority or low priority? And strangely, 18 of them turned out to be very high priority, and we left out a few. And so one of the tasks in the coming few weeks before we end this calendar year is to really ask ourselves, based on this board meeting, based on what we have learned from everybody, based on what's important for our students, how do we really get down to accomplishing several of the 20 items as quickly as possible, so that we can get on with it and make a difference in people's lives. There has been some interesting news that I wanted to share with you. Even before I got here, there was a real attempt to increase the number of tenure track faculty in our university, and that was just to try to keep up with our peers and to try to really be there for our students. And we had some very, very happy news. It turns out that last year, the net increase in the tenure track faculty was 25. And that's a really nice, healthy number, because the year before it had been 4. And so, of course, there are fluctuations, but I think this was really a concerted attempt by all the people in the university and my predecessor, Scott Coltrane, to really try to do a real thing here, and it worked out. And I'm told that since 2014, the total net increase has been 47 faculty. And I'm also told that the current total tenure track faculty is of the order of 782. So that's where we are, and that's very good news, and we keep trying to hire people who are truly excellent and who will make our university better for our students. And in connection with this, I really want to endorse what Chris Sinclair just said, which is that the Senate, the leadership, the senators are all trying hard to put together an expedited tenure process, and I think that will make us even more competitive when it comes to hiring really first-rate faculty from outside. There are several dean searches going on. One of them is coming close to fruition, which is the search for a dean of the School of Music and Dance. We had 4 terrific candidates come in, and the last one was here just a couple of days ago. And there is a real hope that we'll be able to make a decision in the next week or 2 as to who we would offer the job to. Adrian Lim, our Dean of the Libraries, has been chairing that search, and she has done a splendid job. And the other 3 searches which are about to get underway is a search for the Honors College Dean that's chaired by Bruce Blonigan, a search for the Dean of the Graduate School being chaired by Christoph Lindner, and a search for the leader of undergraduate studies, a search being chaired by Sarah Nutter. Now, one other thing that is happening and continues to happen is that we see the possibility of getting a new leader for our Clark Honors College to be a terrific opportunity to really make the college even better than it is right now. The Clark Honors College brings in some truly outstanding students, and there is a terrific model that exists there of what are called resident faculty, and they provide a lot of mentorship to the students. And in spite of all its positives, it turns out that not everything is perfect with the Honors College, and so we are trying to make use of this opportunity to try to get better. And we have a wonderful interim dean of the Honors College. Her name is Karen Ford. She's also the divisional dean for the humanities in our university. And she has spent a lot of time talking to people and has presented a report to me about what possible options there might be to make our Honors College better. And so I'm on a listening tour right now. In fact, I have a meeting immediately after our meeting here to go and talk to some people and find out what they think about the right way to proceed. And we are all being guided by a few principles. And what we want is to make sure that there is a better balance of the majors and the faculty expertise. It turns out that about 40% of the students are people who want to do natural sciences, but we only have 2 or 3 faculty who belong to the natural sciences, and so we need to make sure that there is a better balance. We want to have a model for the Honors College where we can scale up and serve more students and give more students the experience that people can get in such a wonderful honors college. We want to have a seamless continuum between the honors college and the rest of the university. So we want people, the best and the most inspiring teachers and mentors, to be able to go to the honors college to inspire the students there, and also to have the honors college faculty do path-breaking research and take on graduate students and do other things. So we want the honors college to actually become the university's honors college and reduce the insularity that sometimes seems to be present. And so things are going to happen, and of course we are going to check with the Senate, we are going to check with lots of people, and we want to make sure that we hear all voices and we have a framework in place before we recruit the next dean, so that we can then charge that dean to move forward with great vigor and make our honors college even better than the gem that it is right now. So these are some of the things that are going on, and I really look forward to reporting to you in the future about some real advances that we have made. And thank you all very, very much for all the support that you give us.
Are there any questions for the provost? I think we all very much are aware of and appreciate the high regard in which the Honors College is held nationally, and so that's terrific. Okay, I still haven't seen Amy, have you? No. Must be a tough final.
Well, it's still only 9 o'clock.
Oh, I see. Okay. President Schill?
Okay. So I think, given the time of the year, one of the things I wanted to do today was just sort of reflect back on the year that we've had. But before I begin, I just, normally we have a practice that we don't comment on public comments, and I think that's a good thing. But, and it's fine if people want to say things that are inappropriate with regard, or that I don't agree with regard to me, but I think it is not fine when someone attacks one of our faculty members at a public meeting, or even in a private meeting, particularly when it comes close to defamation. And so I just want to say that Marcia Weisinger is a fabulous scholar. She did great work along with Quintard Taylor, former faculty member here, and David Allen Johnson on our report on Dunn and Deedy and the history. And that was actually a wonderful experience, not just for our university, but for our whole community in understanding history. And she has the highest standards, they all do, in terms of their scholarship. And so I just think that should be noted before we move on with my prepared comments. One of the things I wanted to talk about was, right now, I think universities, perhaps at no time since the Vietnam War, we are focal points for controversy and disagreement, reflecting many of the divisions in our society, which have also become quite stark and quite prominent in public debate. But in all the noise that we have, I wanted to take some time today to just talk a little bit about some of the significant progress that we've made toward advancing our goals over the past year. And I'll just remind you of those goals. I mean, I say them all the time. I'm sure you could read them or recount them in your sleep. Advancing academic excellence, supporting our students' success, and creating an outstanding and inclusive campus environment here that will prepare our students to have a meaningful impact on our community, our state, and our world. So what I'd like to first start talking about, and follow on with Giant, is talking about our academic and research profile. So remember, my first speech that I gave, some of you were there, I talked about how we needed to increase our tenure-related faculty by something between 80 to 100 new faculty members over the next several years. And as Giant reported, we've made tremendous progress toward that. We've added 47 new tenure-related faculty, and this is new net faculty. So we've actually added a lot more faculty, because every year we get a number of retirements, and actually the retirements have increased in recent years. So that 47 net new faculty is a wonderful, wonderful news for our students, for our research profile, and we're going to be adding, as all of you know, additional faculty in the coming years, both through our institutional hiring plan, but also through the night campus, which ultimately will add 30 new faculty. We have funding already for 15 of those faculty through the first gift that we've received for the night campus. So let me just mention some of the professors, so you'll get to know them. You may have already met some of them. David McCormick, who talked to us, some senior professors, like David McCormick, who talked about neuroscience with us at our last meeting, who came from Yale to join us this year. Leslie Alexander, Curtis Austin, you may have met him. I met both of them a couple days ago. Two historians who came to us from Ohio State to begin a Black Studies program here. Deb Thompson also will be part of Black Studies program, political scientist who came here from Stanford. Just terrific scholars. And I'm just naming a few. I mean, I could go on and on. Also some upcoming young stars who've joined our faculty. Chris Herndon Many of you may have gone on our website. You might have seen the story about coffee and sort of chemistry of coffee and all of that. He does a lot more work than just coffee. Although for some people, who are coffee aficionados, that would be enough. He's an assistant professor in chemistry who will become one of the anchors of our sustainable materials cluster. Leilani Sabzalian, who is an associate professor in the College of Education, colleague of Laura Lee's, who specializes in indigenous scholarship, whose research focuses on supporting indigenous self-determination in public schools. Andrew Kern, an associate professor in biology and a member of the obesity cluster, also coming to us from Rutgers University, doing great scholarship. Also, as Giant mentioned, or as actually it was Chris mentioned, David Wineland will be arriving shortly, having won the Nobel Prize, coming to us from the National Institute of Standards and Technology. He is going to anchor for us research in the area of quantum computing, an amazing area of new knowledge for our country and for our university. And this is something that Giant, before he even arrived, was recruiting him. And then, of course, the announcement a couple weeks ago, Bob Goldberg of Georgia Tech, who will join us in the fall as the director of the Phil and Penny Knight campus for accelerating scientific impact. So, these are just a few of the faculty, just a small number of the faculty members. And faculty, as all of us know, are the lifeblood of the institution. I mean, administrators are necessary for any institution, but it's the faculty that stand for the quality of the institution. And we're really, really excited about them. And you're going to hear more about Bob a little later on today. I'm only going to say that I am just incredibly impressed with him. So is the committee. So are all the faculty and administrators who met him. He has a great combination of skills, experience, and the vision that he's going to bring to the Knight campus is exactly the vision that we had, the vision that Phil and Penny had for what this university can do, and we're very excited to have him. And I'm also pleased that Patrick Phillips is going to remain as interim executive director, and he has built a tremendous foundation for Bob to take off from and for us to take off from. Patrick is a tireless, visionary, enthusiastic leader. I think all of you experienced that in his meetings with you and in his discussions with the board. He's accomplished more than I think anyone could have imagined in just about a year. He deserves our thanks and high praise, and he's going to come in and talk to you a little bit more. But speaking of the Knight campus and thinking about the Knight campus, just think about it. Just over a year ago, it was October, I was standing on the stage. It was, we had a nice proposal, but it was like 5 pages long. It was just this audacious idea that the University of Oregon could be a player in the area of applied science. It was that we could look to the land north of the campus, and that would someday be something. And that is now moving rapidly towards reality. We've acquired the land. We've created stunning architectural drawings. We've hired a talented executive director in Bob. We've developed programming. We've launched already educational opportunities. We've had speeches. We've taken our show on the road, and we're going to break ground very, very shortly, all in breakneck speed. And one of the things about the Knight campus that we all said, and that we said to Phil and Penny, was this was not going to be business as usual. This was not going to be a university acting at glacial pace. We were going to show we could execute on a grand vision. And, a lot more needs to be done. Don't get me wrong. We haven't even started hiring the faculty, but we've really made tremendous progress in that. Also, in terms of leadership at the university, I've mentioned this many times, how the leadership of the school, we've hired great new deans. 2 of the new deans that we hired in the past year. Sarah Nutter of the Lundquist College of Business, Marcelin Burke at the School of Law. They're terrific, and as Giant said, we're still adding additional deans to our list. Then, we could go through the honors at the university. So I'm just going to name a few of the honors for our students, for our faculty. I had a prop, which is a list of our honors, which I was going to unfurl, and it would go on and on, but I forgot it. Everything's virtual. I forgot my speech, actually, so that's where it's on this. I could show you on my iPad all of the wonderful people. Let me just mention a few. So National Medal of Science winner Jerry Richmond. She scooped up another national award. They seem to never stop, from the American Chemical Society. The Priestley Medal is their top honor. Biologist Chris Doe was elected to the prestigious National Academy of Sciences for his work in developmental biology and stem cell research. 6 of our faculty members were awarded or were named fellows by the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Those include Alice Barkin from biology, Bruce Blonigan from economics, Judith Eisen from biology, Julie Hack from chemistry and biochemistry, Patrick Phillips from biology, and Monty Westerfield from biology. And it goes on and on and on. We talk about this around the O. We need to celebrate that even more, and we need to put our faculty in the positions where they will be able to win these awards, because we like to think all faculty awards are merit-based, and that there's people all throughout the world who are looking for our faculty members. But actually, it takes some effort to put our faculty into the right positions where people will know about their work, and that's part of what our communications we've been trying to do. When I became president, when Kyle was hired, what we said is the idea was to shift our publicity. We didn't only want to be known from having a great football team. We wanted to be known for, in addition to that, great athletics, we want to be known for our great academics. And I think we've made that shift. More needs to be done. We need to do that now. It didn't hurt that we had a losing season last year, but the idea here is we really are focused very, very intently on that. Also, I want to mention some of our major new investments that we made over the past year. We launched the Interdisciplinary Data Science Initiative using the anonymous gift as an anchor for that. Bill Cresco told you all about that yesterday. It's an incredibly important it's really just as important as the Knight campus is to this university. You cannot be a great university in this time without data competence and without actually data being extraordinary in data. And we are going to be that. We're going to bring great faculty, and it's all throughout the university. We purchased a building downtown to give our arts faculty prime space to create and to be able to engage with the community. We launched in the College of Education the Oregon Schools Research Network. We launched in the School of Journalism and Communication the Media Center for Science and Technology, 2 programs that were at the top of the list of priorities of each of their deans, again made possible by anchor money from the anonymous gift that we received recently. We also used that gift to establish a challenge grant. We said to each of the deans of each of the schools, plus the 3 divisions in CAS, if you can go out and get a donor who will give $1 million, we'll match centrally so you can have a chair, which of course chairs are incredibly important. They allow us to attract the great faculty that teach our students and that do research here. And as of 2 days ago, we had our first chair was snapped up by a donor. It hasn't been announced yet, so I'm not going to announce it here. But we're very, very excited. And we want all of the schools, and all of the schools they're identifying donors. They're going out, they're asking donors whether they want to be part of this match. And then we also have made a $4.5 million commitment to graduate and doctoral education through a really wonderful gift from Steve Raymond who will become the chair of our foundation shortly. These are just a few of our academic initiatives. Let me just switch now to our student success initiatives. This is the second year of the Oregon commitment. We doubled the number of STAMP scholarships that are available to us. Many of you have met STAMP scholars. You may not even know you've met them. They're incredible. They're the best of the best in the country, and we're
right here.
We got a STAMP scholar, right? So I forgot you're a STAMP scholar. That's how I met you. You were at the I was brand new, and you were at the table. So to see there's other. No one is Will, but there's other people who are.
They're a lot more impressive.
Well, no one's more, but they're really, really terrific. We also secured additional funding recently from the Oregon Community Credit Union for the Pathway Oregon program, which, as all of you know, provides free tuition to all academically qualified Pell Grant eligible Oregonian freshmen. Our student success team, I see back there, Danica, we have launched an effort to identify earlier academically at-risk students and reach out. We've also reached out with our faculty, as was discussed yesterday, to find the key classes which students historically struggle with, and we're trying to change that. We're trying to give students curricular paths so they can succeed. And one of the things that's really I found sort of amazing is it has now become the culture of the place for students to take 15 credits per quarter. And it wasn't. It really wasn't. And it just shows you the ability, if you articulate something enough, it starts to become the norm. And I see it all the time. And I see students say, well, I'm taking 15 credits. And, I'm taking 22 credits. But I'm taking, people understand that to graduate on time, you need to do that. And part of that is when the whole university gets on the same message. It's not just about the president, right? It's not just about the provost. It's not just even about the board. It's that we articulate a norm, we talk about the norm, we communicate about the norm, and the students pick up that norm, right? And they do it. So we're making progress. We actually have made some, I'm a little scared to talk about this because we're going to see our timely graduation, 4-year graduation rate is going to go up and down over time. And one of the reasons it's going to do that is because it is very sensitive to the incoming qualifications of our students. So I'm going to give you the most recent on time, the recent 4-year graduation rate. It's 56%. It was 49% when I came here. But in 1 year we went up by 3.2%. We had an unusually qualified entering class that was in this cohort. So next year, I'm not going to jinx ourselves, but it could go down. And we're not going to take year to year as our benchmark. We're going to take the smoothing line, and we're going to hopefully be at our goal of 10 percentage points, not too far away. Let me also just mention a couple student achievements. 18 University of Oregon students earned prestigious scholarships through the Gilman, Boren, Fulbright programs. As you heard yesterday, to be honest, I must not be reading all around what around the O, because I didn't know until yesterday that Sandra Dorning, one of our Clark Honors College graduates, also in marine biology, had won the Marshall Scholarship, but to study at the UK. And I think everybody here knows how important that is. I know I applied and didn't even get an interview. This is pretty darn terrific.
And Marshall's actually tougher to get than a Rhodes Scholarship.
I mean, just amazing.
It's serious stuff.
And the fact that I didn't know it means I'm too busy, or not reading. But really, I'm really, really delighted with that. And we want Rhodes, we want Marshalls, we want everything. Now, related to, I'm getting to the end. Related to a student experience is enhancing diversity, equity, and inclusion here. And, I just couldn't disagree more. Again, I'm going to violate the rules with some of the comments that were made here. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are part of our being an excellent institution and educational institution. We do better by being more diverse, and the only way we will serve our students is if we make them feel included and engaged. And, people who don't have that view, I don't understand, don't agree with. In any event, the area that we focus the most in this area on, other than creating the ideal framework and the diversity action plans, which you've all heard about, which are ongoing works in progress, are the work we've done with the Black Student Task Force in the past year. We've made more progress. We renamed the Residence Hall in Unthank Hall. We have also raised now $1.6 million toward a new Black Cultural Center, which we're going to break ground for in the spring. We created this new program called the African American Speaker Series. We brought in Ta-Nehisi Coates this year. He gave a speech to thousands of people in the Matt Knight arena. And to be honest, that was actually one of the least good speeches in the series. I mean, don't quote me, anybody, because he's like totally famous. But we had some really great speakers that had well attended but not very publicized speeches, including one a couple weeks ago. Just incredible discussions, bringing in people from all around our campus. And it was just a few months ago that we opened the beautiful new residential hall, Kalipuila, I always get that wrong, Ilihi, home to 4 academic residential communities, including one dedicated to Native American students. We just broke ground on the Tyson College and Careers building, which is all about student success, all about advising, all about career opportunities. Last thing I want to say is in relationship to Kalapuya Ilihi. I actually got it right this time. So we have Deb Thompson, who's a new faculty member. She's a faculty in residence there. So she lives there. And every Sunday, she has pancake breakfast for the students who live there. And so the students come down. She invited me. She and her partner make pancakes. And they're really very good pancakes. And so last Sunday I went there. And, I spent a couple hours. I thought I was going to go for an hour, but I ended up spending a couple hours eating pancakes and talking to the students who came by. And, it was really good for me for a bunch of reasons. Because, with the past couple months, there's been with the disruption and with the fallout from that and some other things. It was just, you sometimes forget why you do what you do, but you also forget sometimes all the static that someone like me hears sometimes drowns out the music, if you will. And so I have to say, I was just inspired by these students, and it reminds me I need to get out eating more pancakes with students, and just how engaged, how excited they were. So I had about 30 students that I talked with over the course of the morning, and I talked to them about their experience here, because I wanted to hear, was their experience the experience of some of the people who come into my office, some of the people who shout at me, what was their experience? And I got to say, to a person, if we did there's these little designs where people put words that people say, and they're bigger and smaller. What are they called? Word cloud. So, does anybody want to guess what the biggest word in the word cloud was? Love. And it was about the University of Oregon. And it was just amazing, down to a person. I love my experience here, like the 2 students who were here earlier today. I love my experience at the University of Oregon. I'm doing great. I mean, this is the home of the 2 social activism arcs. So they had things to tell me about the things that they thought, I did right, I did wrong, and all of that, but they love their experience here. They're happy here. They're thriving here. That doesn't mean every one of our students is doing that, and we have to care about all of our students, even the ones who aren't thriving here. But we have to understand, I think we have to understand, or else it will skew the way we approach things, just how happy the students here, just how well the faculty are doing reaching the students, and how our administrators are in student affairs, who always get criticized, and our administrators in the provost office and all through the university, our deans, how well we're treating our students and how they reciprocate and how they're going to go off in their lives with the training they've gotten to do great things. And I'm just really, really delighted by that. And I just wanted you get some of that in your lunches, but I just wanted you to hear that from my voice. It just was an amazing thing, and it shouldn't just be something we talk about in December. It happens every month of the year here at the University of Oregon. That's it for me.
Are there any questions for President Schill? If I may just add one thing, I've met most of these new faculty that have been hired, and I think in every case, their spouse or partner is also a powerful addition to the university. David McCormick, the neuroscientist from Yale, his wife, Blanche, is a neuroscientist. Bob Goldberg, who's going to run the night campus, his wife is a remarkable person who is responsible for linking Georgia Tech academic departments to businesses. And she's created tax zones around, or facilitated the creation of preferential tax zones around the university. She's going to be a remarkably valuable asset for the University of Oregon. And our newest volcanologist, who came from Georgia Tech, where we outdueled Stanford and Georgia Tech, incidentally, which is heavy trekking. His wife is an astrophysicist who will have an appointment in the Honors College and in physics, I guess.
Earth sciences.
Yeah, and these are, so this is like you get twice what you think you're getting, and they're delightful people, and I just commend all of you. I guess the provost deserves a lot of this credit in the search, but these are enormously attractive hires for this university. So congratulations
to all of us.
To all of us. Okay, maybe we should do the two action items, and then we should take a quick break.
That sounds terrific.
Okay, so there are two. I'm going to ask.
Laura Lee thought she was
I'm sorry?
Laura Lee thought she could get away, but now she came back.
Ross, I think these are coming as seconded motions, but will you just speak 2 or 3 sentences to each one?
Sure. The first one, these are under tab 2 in the board book. First resolution is on page 12 of 104. This is an extension to an existing multi-sport apparel agreement with Nike. It has greatly enhanced economics for the university. Most of this revenue goes to the athletic department, though in terms of royalties for sale of branded clothing, it is split 50-50 between the athletic department and the academic side of the university. It's an 11-year agreement, and it is presented here for a vote of the board.
And I think we'll take this one first. So I'll call for the vote on this. Recall it came as a seconded motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, the next one.
The second one is on page 15 of 104. This is an increase to the previously approved construction of Pikes and Hall, an $11 million increase. any increase over $5 million to an existing project needs to come to the board for approval. Cause of the increase is tighter market conditions for contractors and labor caused $2.8 million of the increase. The remainder of the increase, $8.2 million, is actually due to a scope expansion to allow us to add an additional useful floor to the building by building out the basement and therefore allowing the equipment for the building to be put in the basement and the fourth floor to be usable space. So this comes as again as a seconded motion.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I think we should take a break now. Maybe 10 minutes. Wow. I'm getting easy in my own days. But not 11.
I don't know what I'm going to do with myself.
Okay, thank you. I declare us reassembled. Okay. The next item on our agenda is a discussion of the situation relative to the tuition setting process. As all of you I know remember well, this is something we go through almost at every board meeting as we work through making sure we understand all the puts and takes on the budget as the best we can estimate it going forward and what the implications are in terms of tuition. So we have with us today the two people who know more about this than all the rest of us combined, Jamie and Brad, and the floor is all yours. Thank you.
So I think I'm going to start it out a little just by giving a bit of introduction, and then Jamie's going to go on and talk a little bit about this year's tuition issues. So, obviously tuition is a hugely complicated and important issue. And what you're doing with tuition is you're balancing a lot of things against each other. So, for example, generally there's three considerations that we balance and talk about. One is we need to balance our budgets. We're not going to run deficits at the university. Secondly, we're committed to access and affordability for students, particularly students from the state of Oregon. And third is we're all deeply committed to continual improvements in academic excellence at the university, both in teaching and research. That was when I was hired as president, that was a clear mandate from the board, and it's one that I accept wholeheartedly. But obviously there's tensions. There's inherent tensions between these various goals. For example, continued improvements in the quality of our teaching and research. To do that, we need to make strategic investments. But those strategic investments, on top of the cost drivers that we already have because of PERS, because of wages, because of healthcare, all of those things that aren't covered by the state, they generate expenses for the university. All of this taken together means that tuition has to go up to maintain a balanced budget, let alone to allow us to just continuously improve the quality of the school. Now, with regard to balancing the budget, certainly there's the cost side of the equation, and we've been very aggressive in looking for cost savings through innovation, through process reviews, and even as we've experienced over the past 2 years, across the board cuts. But as you will hear from Jamie, that's not going to get us there. And we've had that discussion repeatedly. Despite the cost savings that we've been able to achieve, the cost savings alone can't fund the cost drivers that we have, plus the improvements that we need to make to the university. And with regard to access and affordability, the university certainly wouldn't raise tuition without regard to its impact on our students. That would be irresponsible, particularly for a public university. The university remains committed to accessibility. That's why we have the Pathway Oregon program, which is really quite an unprecedented, open-ended commitment to our students that if you are from the state of Oregon, if you graduate from high school with a 3.4 GPA, you will, all of your tuition, all of your mandatory fees will be taken care of. And that's regardless of how many we get. We are going to do that. That's an incredible program. We add to it some of our other scholarships, Apex and Summit, for high-achieving students who get offers at competitive schools. And we do make a commitment to financial aid. But that commitment is still low when one thinks about our discount rate. And that's because we just don't have the resources. We don't have the endowment income, and we don't have the ability to transfer. There's a limit to what we can transfer from one student to the next. So Jim Brooks yesterday gave a number, I think it was $37.7 million a year in institutional aid. Not enough. I don't think any of us think it's enough. But every dollar that we add to the institutional aid has to come from somewhere. And typically, in a school like ours, which is tuition dependent, it's coming from the tuition of other students and is just being redistributed. So the answer there is higher tuition gives you more aid. But higher tuition also increases the sticker shock. And if the middle class is not getting much of the financial aid, which is what we've talked about yesterday, then they're caught and they're squeezed. Now, with regard to the continuing improvements of the university on our quest to achieve excellence in our academic and research environment, as I said, I came here with a clear mandate, and that was to enhance the quality and to build the research capacity of the university. And we've made lots of investments in that. We've invested in our faculty. We've invested in our research facilities. You'll hear more about that as we go along to advance that priority. And I think that makes total sense. And that benefits both the research side of the house, and also it gives our students access to faculty who are doing cutting-edge research. At that session that we had yesterday in the science lab, you saw how important it is that students be connected to faculty who are research active. Each one of those kids is going to go on, I shouldn't say kids because some of them were graduate students, they're going to go on and do great things. And they're going to do great things because they have research active faculty who are their mentors. And that is where the genius of our university occurs. That's where some of the excitement in our university occurs. So all of this is just a sort of a prologue to what Jamie's going to talk about, because she'll talk about more the numbers and the less the sort of tensions involved. But it's not easy. It's not going to be easy this year. It wasn't easy last year, let's say, for sure. This year may be a little better than last year just because it's not a PERS year. But that's going to become pretty soon we're in trouble when everybody understands when I say a PERS year. I don't think it's defined anywhere. But we all know what it means. So, Jamie, I think you're going to start the presentation.
Yeah. Jamie, just by way of introduction, and I know it's repetitious, but would you give us the 1-minute reminder on discount rates, what it is, and how we compare with other public universities?
Yeah, absolutely. So discount rate is basically another way of saying how much of the tuition that you bring in do you turn around and give back to students in the form of fee remissions. And fee remissions are, in common terminology, scholarships, so they don't have to pay that portion of their tuition. We have consciously set a goal because of where we were historically that anytime we raise tuition, we take 10% of any of the money that we raise, and then we move that over to Jim's office for financial aid for students, and that goes back in the form of a fee remission. I will tell you that for public, and that just to be clear, the $37 million that was quoted is our fee remissions in the E&G fund for undergraduate students. We do have fee remissions for some of our law students and other graduate students. So in total, not counting GEs or GTFs, it's about a $45 million number that we do give back. That's on top of that, then you also have true scholarships, and what I mean by that is money that donors have donated to the foundation, where we're not giving back tuition money, but we're actually giving out scholarships based on endowment earnings that we can give to students as well. So you have those two factors. What I think is being referenced is 10%. While to us it feels like a lot, it's a $45 million budget. Most public institutions have a model where they are able to give back even more, and those numbers vary. I've heard people say 16, 17, 18%. I cannot quote you a direct figure, but it's definitely a higher number. But I think the point that was trying to be made is in order to do that, you need more tuition to be able to give back those funds or other resources. Privates often give back 50%, so they have enormously high discount rates. And what's interesting is that while we are trying to think about how could we give back more, sometimes those privates are worried that their discount rate's so high that people think their sticker price is just incredible and don't realize that 40, 50% of that's going back. So hopefully that helps a little bit on the discussion. But we have consciously said we will always, when we do our modeling, assume that 10% is going back. Now, we could do a higher tuition, higher aid model where we try to raise tuition even more but then give back even more, but that obviously has a disparate impact on different students depending on where they fall in terms of whether they're the one receiving that higher aid. There are two things Brad and I had planned to talk through with you, and obviously we're happy to answer any questions that you might have relative to the tuition process and where we are. The first is we did just want to give you an update on the process itself and how we're moving forward this year, what looks the same as last year, what things have changed. And then we also wanted to walk through these updated cost driver projections because we are in a position where we have new information about what next year is looking like. So first, to start with the process, we are using a process that's very similar to what we did in previous years. So we do have a tuition and fee advisory board that's been appointed by the provost. It includes students, faculty, we have some deans on it, we have staff on it, broad group of people including ASUO leadership, so our student leaders on campus, as well as a member of the Senate Budget Committee. So a big diverse group as normal. As you can see, pages 22 and 23 of your board docket, we tried to lay out for you. We have a whole meeting schedule laid out for the year. We found a couple years ago that it made sense to really try to put just all the meetings and all the agenda items up front as best we could for the committee. And all of this information, by the way, we do have a tuition website where we try to post all the material from TFAB so that we can get that information out to the public as well who are interested. A lot of the process does look very similar to what we did in the past. So if you look at the schedule, we've held a number of meetings with the group this fall. Generally speaking, the fall is really about educating the committee so that people can make informed decisions. And so we've spent probably in total, I'm guessing, 3 to 4 hours with the group going through our budget background, going through historical information on tuition, comparative information on tuition. We did spend an hour presenting to them the same growth analysis that we presented to you because, as I'm going to talk about, that comes into the question of how is that going to impact our bottom line and our situation with tuition. We also did talk through the cost drivers that we're going to be talking through with you. So the fall is really generally about making sure that everybody has as much information as possible so that as we move forward into the winter term and we're starting to get proposals and recommendations, that everybody on the group is as informed as possible. And hopefully we're bringing them to a good level of information. Just like last year, we'll be doing a lot of meetings when we hit January. We're also going to be doing our student forum, which is per our policy where we have a large forum to invite students and talk to them about these issues before the committee makes its recommendations. And then starting in January, we're actually meeting weekly, and that's when we will see the bulk of the discussion and proposals around graduate tuition, undergraduate tuition, fees, and all the various issues that are listed. Our timeline's pretty compressed because we're trying to get our recommendations to the provost by early February, and that's so that the provost can then both talk to students, get feedback, confer with the president, and come up with the recommendations that will be then vetted through the whole community and then moving forward to you in time for the March board meeting. And so that might sound like a lot of time, but we need to get our information to the provost by early February so that he can have his feedback process, confer with the president. We generally post things on the website, take feedback from the whole community, and then move forward with the recommendations. We did make 2 changes to the process this year. And that was, we had a really good meeting at the end of last year. After we got through the whole process, we actually had a very good meeting with ASUO leadership. So we met with both the students who were on the committee that were leaving, so kind of people who had been through the process, as well as some of the new ASUO leadership. And coming out of that meeting, we made 2 changes to this process. One was we did actually expand the meeting time, so you'll see that all the meetings starting in January are actually an hour and a half instead of just an hour. The concern from the students, and Brad and I talked about it, we totally agreed, is it's just we're very rushed sometimes to get through stuff, so we wanted to make sure we had enough time. And then the other change that you'll see that's a little bit different from the past is in January, in addition to the student forum, we're going to be working with ASUO leadership to see if there are ways we can reach out to other student group leaders who might not feel like they're very incorporated in the process or have as good a sense of what's going on. So we're going to try to work. We've been talking with ASUO leadership about some joint outreach to figure out, how can we get more people educated about what's going on so that they don't feel like they just were unaware that these things were happening. So again, these are, I will say my sense is we have a very engaged group. I think we have a group that is doing its best to really understand the issues. They're a mix of some people who have served in the past, some new people, but as you all are well aware, these are incredibly tough issues and there are no easy answers. And so I'm sure we will have our interesting discussions moving into January, but that's where we are in the process. Yeah.
Are your meetings open to all students or only student leaders?
Yeah, so the meetings, the student forums that we have are generally open to everybody. And then the TFAB meetings themselves are also open to anybody who would like to come. And at times we've even had reporters in the room as well.
And we have 6 official student members on the TFAB.
Yep.
And then we frequently have other students who come and attend meetings.
Yeah. So, and then we've also tried really hard with the help of the communications team to get up on our tuition website more information about the budget and tuition and the meetings and the documents that are discussed at the meeting to just try to get more information out there. It's more graphical because I was told that my detailed documents aren't always the most helpful to people, so we're trying to put it in terms that I think people will be able to absorb and will make sense to them.
You said 6, so now I'm starting to wonder how small are these student groups? In other words, 6 people plus, a town hall or a little baby meeting?
So what Brad was referring to were the official student reps on the actual tuition and fee advisory board. That's one forum for discussion. Then we also hold student forums, and last year we had 2 student forums. I believe at the first one we might have had 60 or 70 students show up. The second one, which we had some board members come to, I think we had probably 30 students show up is my guess. This year, ASUO leadership, what we're going to do in addition to the forums is try to see if there are other student group leaders or folks who weren't, for whatever reason, able to come to the forum, which is open to everybody, to try to reach out more proactively to different groups and make sure that they're aware of the process. So it's really what ASUO has asked us to do and that we're doing jointly is not contracting in any way what we've done in the past. It's trying to expand and just get out there more actively and proactively and get out to as many people and groups as possible.
It would make sense because the bigger the group, the bigger the room, the bigger the opportunity for people to actually be brought in a transparent manner to some of the information, I think the better off overall. It's really important that people have an opportunity to see what we're up against.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a great way for people to really understand what's going on. So we're doing our best. Before the next topic we were going to turn to is an update on the cost drivers. Is that any other questions? Okay, so what you have in front of you, and I've got some slides, is an update to the analysis that hopefully at this point looks really familiar to you regarding our cost drivers. But just to reiterate to folks maybe behind me who haven't seen this as often, what we're trying to do here each year with the committee, one of the questions that people ask, which is a very important question, is, well, if we're looking at tuition increases, why are we raising tuition? What are the costs and things that we need to cover that are driving the need to potentially raise, or to raise, I should say, tuition? And so what we do is we look at our education and general fund, which, just to remind folks, is the part of our budget that is mainly derived from tuition and state appropriation, as well as a few other things. That's a budget that's a little over $500 million. It's about $525. And in that area, we don't try to capture every single thing that could possibly drive costs up. In our decentralized environment, that would be impossible. But we simply try to take a look at those major things that we know are going to happen next year. Generally speaking, they're related to labor costs, because labor costs are the areas that are going up the most. But there's some other ones in here as well as some of the strategic investments that the president was referencing. This first slide gives you a bit of a comparison between last year when we looked at these numbers, what we were facing going into this fiscal year. So we are currently sitting in fiscal year 18. And so that first column is what were we discussing last year when we knew costs were going up going into this year. And then the next column over is our most recent estimate of what next year looks like. Now, the good news is, although, and I should say up front, I'm hoping nothing surprises you, because all the numbers you're going to see are very consistent with the types of numbers that we've been talking about for multiple board meetings. But you'll see there is a big difference between those annual cost drivers. By far, the biggest issue that is driving that is the fact that, as the president said, next year is not a PERS year. And what I mean by that is that our PERS costs go up every 2 years. So the PERS board redetermines the rates, they go up, and then they're flat, and then they go up. So next year we will still have the high PERS rates we have this year. We just should not have a rate increase next year. That will come the following year. And that's a big difference, because as you can see, we were estimating as of last year on our E&G fund that PERS increase was about $7 million. The other things that are bringing this number down, I'll just highlight a few of them for you. The first is that you'll see the faculty and staff salary and wage increase number is slightly lower. In general, you would expect that number to actually go up each biennium because your salary base is going up year to year. We did renegotiate our contracts with both our faculty as well as our staff, and in each case, we were able to put contracts in place that while they still have increases, those increases are lower than they were in the last contract cycle. And by doing that, we are seeing a little bit of savings that we're not increasing the salaries quite as much. And that's why those numbers are dropping. Additionally, and I referenced this yesterday, on the institutional expense line, that's the line that represents the increases in expense from utilities and leases and insurance, all these exciting things, debt on academic buildings, et cetera. We actually are seeing a smaller increase than normal. Normally, those numbers have ranged from, I think it's about 1 million to 1.5, and that's really due to some terrific work the staff in our power station have done to really reduce our utilities costs, and that's a combination of renegotiating our electrical contract and then also some other things they've done in their accounting. And so we are seeing a savings there. I say savings. I mean, costs are going up. They're just not going up as much as they otherwise would be. Otherwise, a lot of the numbers are very stable from what they've been in the past. We are still investing $2 million in our strategic investments. And just to remind people, we had already pre-committed $1 million of that to the strategic cluster hires. 3 years ago, the president committed $3 million recurring from out of that pot. So $1 million of that has already been put towards hiring new faculty in particular areas of excellence for the institution. And we do also have our investments in tenure-track faculty. So this gives you a look at what things look like. Again, pretty similar to prior years, although I would say in a couple of areas we've managed to get those costs a little bit lower. The next slide I'm not going to run through in detail. It gives you a little bit more data about how many staff and faculty, as well as what some of the detailed assumptions are behind these numbers. But you do have it in your pack so that you have that information. And then finally, we did put together a slide. This was a request that was asked of us last year. You know, some of these numbers look really big, like the faculty and staff one, but you really have to look at it as a percentage increase, looking at the base, because as I know you're all aware, a huge portion of our budget is invested in faculty and staff, and so while 9.8 is a very large number, on a percentage basis, it's about 2.7%. And so this slide is meant to give you kind of a better view of what do these increases look like on an annual basis if you compare them to prior years. There are two I do want to highlight for the board, in addition to just the kind of thinking about this from a nuts and bolts basis. There are two what I would call more philosophical issues that I think the TFAB is going to need to discuss and grapple with, and I think then we'll come to this board to think about, that are somewhat unique this year. The first one is, as you'll recall, in September, we talked about the opportunity for campus growth to help us in terms of having a positive net impact on the bottom line. And we had put together some numbers, and Roger's team is off and recruiting and doing a lot of enrollment management activities. And so if you remember back to the presentation we gave you in September, if he is successful implementing the strategy, which we all hope that he will be, that did have a significant impact on the bottom line, even starting next year. The projection was somewhere around $6.5 million. And so one question that I think TFAB's going to have to grapple with, and I think this board's going to have to grapple with, is do you count on that? How much risk are we all willing to take on? If we said that we weren't willing to count on that, then that would lead us to think that we would have to either raise tuition higher or cut costs. And cutting costs, as I think everybody around this table knows, often involve affecting staff because most of our budget is invested in people. Or do we assume that a portion or all of that happens? Now, we'll have more information as we get further in the year about what his recruiting activities are yielding, but that's a philosophical question that I think will have to be part of the tuition discussion this year, because that's a big number, and it could have an impact, which is why we worked on those plans, on the bottom line. So that's one. The other one, just to put out there, that I think equally is a philosophical discussion is, as we've discussed, the PERS rates go up every 2 years. They go up substantially. So we have a choice in terms of how we think about tuition increases. You could, on the one hand, you could say, well, we should only raise the tuition when the PERS rates go up, which means you would be facing larger increases every 2 years, right? Because that's when you need those funds. Or you could have an option where you try to smooth those increases, and in the first year you raise a little bit more than you need to, and then you don't have as big of a jump in the second year. If you were to do something like that, you could do something creative, like take those extra funds and give them back in fee remissions and scholarships or some type of student support. I mean, there's all kinds of things you could do, but there's a philosophical question there about how we approach this question of these really large staircase type expenses that we see coming, most likely for the next 6, 8, possibly more, we'll see, years. So those are just to put it out there, in addition to just getting an understanding of the cost drivers. Those are two of the more philosophical issues that I think the board's going to need to really discuss and weigh, and that I'm assuming you all will need to think about as well. So with that, I'll probably stop. Are there questions we can answer? Yeah.
To the point that Kurt Wilcox was bringing up this morning, in broad strokes, there are two ways that, two reasons maybe for student number, raw number decreases. One is student choice for whatever reason. Second is U of O acceptance policies, again, for multiple reasons. But one of the ones I wanted to look at when, thinking about that X year table, there was a point where we said, we've got too many students. We can't serve them well. We have to cut back. We over-enrolled. Is there a magic number that we're looking at that's the right balance between our cost per student, because we can get increase in tuition, but there's an increase in expenses, obviously, per student. Is there a magic number that we're kind of aiming at over these next few years so that we're saying, yeah, we went down deliberately because the quality of instruction, the quality of housing, the quality of classrooms, we're not there?
Yeah, I'll make a couple comments, and I think Brad might have more to add. So we didn't actually decide to go down. What we did was we decided not to continue to grow and to really pull things back, and so we started entering more consistent classes instead of continuing to grow, and I think it was about 2012. What happened was a couple things then between that time period. One is we had some really large classes right after the recession because students decided to come back to school. And so as those really large classes started graduating, it did affect the total student population, even if the entering numbers weren't changing that much. The other thing I'd point out, and I've looked at these figures, is if you look at Oregon as a whole and the number of resident students that are both going to four-year institutions and are taking the ACT and the SAT, those numbers have dropped across the state between, I think it's between 10 and 15% over that time period.
Yeah.
And you could point to lots of different things that might be contributing to that, and I'm certainly not an expert on that, but it's not the case that the whole state was growing in terms of students going to four-year institutions, and that we were down.
No, there's some pretty gruesome graduation rates that Governor Brown was not having a good glass of wine.
Yeah, in terms of the second half of your question, though, I mean, we've looked very carefully. I would point to the growth presentation where we do feel like over the last 5 years, I mean, you've heard we've added faculty, we've added facilities. We feel like we're at a better spot because we were really under a lot of pressure for a while where we did not have enough faculty, we did not have enough classroom seats, and we're feeling a lot of pressure, but we feel now like we're at a point where with some continued investment, and we're looking at that investment, that we are in a position where we can now move towards some growth, and we'd like to do that for a number of reasons, including that it could help to, right now we're caught in this terrible, terrible tension where we'd love to get all the funding that we can from the state, and the state's been trying to help us out, and we've been successful slowly increasing that. But the reality is when you look at these cost drivers, particularly PERS, which is our next topic on our discussion, it's really bleak looking forward, and it's putting amazing pressure on tuition, and it's putting amazing pressure on cutting costs, which again is cutting jobs at the end of the day for our institution. And we'd like to be creative and figure out, is there some other way that we can help contribute that doesn't put so much pressure on those two things. So
I would say that there's no magic number on the size of campus, but there are some magic numbers that we have to pay a lot of attention to, and they're ratios. What is our ratio of students to tenure-line faculty? What is our ratio of students to overall faculty? We also have to be very careful to watch those ratios at a local level. Not only did our population grow a great deal right after the recession, but then shortly after that, the students started to move within the institution. So fewer students were taking humanities courses, majoring in the humanities. More students were taking science courses, majoring in the sciences. And those swings across the campus created a lot of pressure. We've done a lot of careful hiring over the last few years to help with those pressures. It's a real balancing act.
Will, you have a question?
Yeah. Well, I understand that the money in the strategic investments, the $1 million, is pre-committed to new faculty, but I was wondering how the usage of that money, or if it does at all, changes in years where there are different net increases in investments in tenure-track faculty. I think the provost said earlier 2 years ago it was like a six person increase in tenure-track faculty, and then last year, what was it, 40-something?
Yeah, it was 25. Tenure-track faculty increase of 4, and then an increase of 25.
Okay, yeah, so years like that where the numbers are much different, if that usage differs at all.
And do you want to talk about the institutional hiring plan and maybe how you look at that and then add those funds and try to...
So we have been trying to hire more tenure-line faculty. The president established a goal. We're moving towards that goal at a good clip. If you look at our 3-year average. It's a very complicated thing to track. We can control how many faculty we hire. We cannot control very much how many faculty leave the institution in a given year. So retirement rates, for example, they're pretty wild. They're up and down. They're impacted by all kinds of things. So it's a very hard number to track. We have a rough idea of how many faculty we need to hire each year to attain that growth goal that the president set for us, and I do believe that we will be able to do that, especially with the night campus coming on. Mm-hmm. Have I answered your question?
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Jamie or no? We're going to turn next to the, thank you. Jamie, you might as well just stay there. We're going to turn, no, let's come back then. We're going to turn next to the PERS discussion. And we're fortunate to have Nick Blosser here. Nick, please come forward. I don't know if you all had a chance to meet Nick. Nick is Chief of Staff for Governor Brown. And Hans, I saw you here, Hans. I don't know whether you, why don't you come forward and join this discussion as well? So, I know we've touched on this several times, Jamie. We appreciate very much, Nick, you coming to talk with us about this process and what it means. The board has been very interested, for obvious budgetary reasons, in the process around PERS and what the governor and you and others are trying to do to find solutions for this. Jamie has worked closely with Nick and other members of this committee that the governor formed. I don't know whether you want to say anything, Mike, but otherwise, Jamie. Okay, Jamie, why don't you go ahead and.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just thank Nick for coming to talk to us, and the governor set up a task force. Great. I think it's actually great that you came and saw how it interacts with our budget and the issues that this board is facing regarding tuition, which is on our minds all the time. But the governor set up a task force because obviously the issues that we're facing around how PERS is impacting our budget are very similar to what other state agencies, K through 12, everybody is facing. And so the governor set up a task force that tried to take a look this fall, it might have even been earlier, at what were some creative options to try to think about the PERS issue. And I know that they've been thinking hard about those questions, and some of the things that came out, you may or may not have seen. There was a big task force report, and I don't want to take your whole presentation, so I probably should just pass it to Nick. But Nick is here to give us more insight into kind of what happened and what they're looking at, and answer questions, and just be a partner in terms of thinking about this issue, which again is not, while it has an unbelievable impact on the university budget, is also massively affecting other organizations around the state. And so we're glad to have him here today. So.
Yeah, if it's okay with you, I have maybe 5 to 8 minutes of remarks, and happy to have a discussion. So I'm Nick Blosser, Chief of Staff to Governor Kate Brown. I've been on the job a little under a year and was in the private sector for maybe 15 years right before that. My family's in the wine business up the road here. And so I think I brought a little bit of a different frame of mind to try to approaching the PERS problem, which is really one of the top things the governor has been tasked me to deal with. Happy to talk about other issues, though, and I think the governor first wanted to just really thank you for your time and dedication and just the amazing work you're doing for the university. She supports the creation of the Board of Trustees, as you know, and just is amazed at the innovation and the Pathways program and just all the things you guys have done. She is committed to a less bumpy tuition setting process next time, so happy to talk a little bit about that, but wanted to mention that. And I think as I saw and knew before this, one of the biggest pressures on tuition is PERS. So this task force was set up at the end of the legislative session. I think we really started looking at this as a financial problem, as opposed to really how do we mess around with benefits. And a few years ago, there wasn't a problem. The Morrow Supreme Court decision added $5 billion overnight to the unfunded liability. The unfunded liability for the whole state is around, at least at the end of 2015, which is the last official numbers that we have, was around $16 billion. And if I get too wonky, please interrupt me. But you often hear a number that's more like 21 billion. That doesn't include side accounts that entities have set up. So for some reason, oftentimes media likes to cover that larger number, but the fact is these side accounts have the money, it's actual money sitting there to buy down PERS rates. So the rate, the full, on the balance sheets across the roughly 700 plus PERS employers is about $16 billion. About 5 of that is the state. About 5 of that is school districts, K-12. $2 billion each, cities and counties, and $1 billion, I think, universities. I think your liability is allocations around $366 million is the last time I looked at it. So not a small, that's about, I think, 1.5% of the total. So this task force was trying to look at just the most creative ways we could come up with to reduce that liability and really take a broad look at a bunch of factors. Who had the liability? What was their ability to pay it? A big factor in that is the percentage of your budget that is dedicated to personnel costs. I don't know the total percent, but I'm guessing it's very high for you. I know K-12 school districts, 80% of their budget is personnel costs. For the state, it's 17%. So our CFO is not as worried as your CFO because 17% of our budget is personnel costs. When you even add a significant increase, that's a 1% hit on the state's budget, which is much less than it would be for you or a school district. So we're trying to analyze it that way as well. I think the point that one of the key new narratives that we think needs to be clear is that this huge liability is held on the balance sheet of each of these 700 plus entities. It is managed by PERS, but each of these entities has their own governing body that answers to their own set of constituents. So there's a city council that is elected by the people in the city, and they hold that liability. So the state coming in and kind of by fiat saying this is how we're going to do everything is a little problematic when you think of the governance and the independence of all of these entities. So we are very worried about the increases over the next 4 to 6 years in particular. And one of the overarching themes that we had was how do we optimize capital deployment across the state? So I want to talk a little bit about that. The overall structure that the task force had, that the governor is moving forward with in the February session, let me paint that picture for you. There's 5 big parts of it, okay? The first part I'll call increased transparency. Our belief is that the way that this liability is thought of, the narrative has been the state has this $21 billion liability. That's not really the case. Each of these entities has a portion of the liability, and we want to make sure that the governing bodies of each of these entities is taking it as seriously as you are. We don't think that that is the case, broadly speaking. You're obviously a far more sophisticated and experienced and larger institution than a lot of the cities, counties, fire districts, entities that have the liability. So I think in the next month, PERS will be posting publicly available on the website the individual unfunded liability for every single entity in the state. And to date, that actually has not been done. In addition, they'll be posting the projected PERS rate increases for each entity individually, because that varies. If you have a large side account, you will have a lot fewer, you have a reduced increase than if you don't have one. So, because we think that this needs to be a very collaborative process to come up with a solution, because, again, like I said, it's all of our problem. And we think that the governing bodies and ultimately the constituents of those governing bodies really need to know the situation, and like I said, we don't actually feel that that is universally known. So that's part one. Part two is really working with institutions like yours to make sure that you have a plan to manage through this challenge. Some entities have, and I think one of the things, and Jamie and I were just even emailing last night, state entities, I know enough to be pretty dangerous in this topic, but every time I start going, there's just another layer of complexity to this whole challenge. But particularly the way the state has things set, or the PERS system is set up. But the state's liability is one number, and it's allocated, generally speaking, across different state entities. So your allocation is $366 million, but you cannot set up your own side account tomorrow, as far as we understand it. And the assumed earnings rate at PERS is 7.2%. And so one of the questions I have is the way that you have deployed your investments, if you could set up a side account, would it make sense for you to evaluate putting money into that side account rather than the 20 or 30 year more conservative investments you have over here? So that's a conversation I think we've started to have with not just you, but SAFE Corporation, which is the workers' comp entity in the state, which is a very large institution with $5 billion in their on their balance sheet, and then OHSU as well. Really, the three of you are sort of have the largest current and most sophisticated investment plan, and we just want to make sure that you have the ability to do side account investments if that makes sense for you. The third thing is we're going to focus in the next session on trying to do something for K-12 schools. Our current thinking is that, and without getting too into the weeds, there's a notion of what's called unclaimed property. That currently now goes into the Common School Fund, which is invested at a relatively low rate that benefits K-12 schools. Our recommendation is to take the unclaimed property that's over 10 years old and move it into a PERS side account for school districts that ostensibly over time would earn a much higher rate than that. So that's the kind of thing that we're proposing. Probably the most significant thing as it relates to you is item 4, is we want to dedicate uneven or windfall revenue streams that the state sees to PERS unfunded liability, and exactly how that gets deployed across all the employers still needs to be worked out, but that is something that we think could potentially benefit you. So, for example, the state lottery, if and when it launches new games, and actually this does relate to you because I know one of the things they're talking about is sports betting, that money would be dedicated to the PERS unfunded liability rather than necessarily new programs that state legislators could come up with. So I think, or the governor. I think, so part of this is just enforcing discipline on ourselves at the legislature and executive branch. Another example of that would be, it's very hard to predict capital gains and estate tax revenue. We would like to take windfall capital gains and estate tax revenues and dedicate those to PERS too. There's a calculation of how we would do that, but and then the final piece, which I know is kind of in the memo that you may have received, is about how to further optimize capital that may be sitting across the state. One of the things that the task force realized is there's around $3 billion sitting in basically cash across various state entities. Could that be better used? We've started to spend a lot of time on that, including conversations with your CFO, and let's just say we understand now that it's very complicated. And the answers may be maybe, but I do want to emphasize that the principles you had here about not wanting to have any negative impact on you or any other institution of the state, not wanting to affect your future credit rating, not wanting to affect your independence. We agree with all that. There's no disagreement on any of that. The question was, could we do something that was neutral to you that would help the state? And that is still elusive at this point. But that's what we're continuing to look for. So I think the thing I'll end with is, right now PERS already has a default 20-year plan to solve the problem. The way the rates are calculated is over a 20-year amortization. So our kind of approach is, if that works for you and you're managing around that and you know that that's coming, we don't want to get in the way. Again, our belief is that not every institution is really ready for what it's going to happen, and we want to do everything we can to assist those institutions. But if your institution is, feels like you've got it, we don't want to get in the way either. So, I'm happy to try to answer questions. I don't know, but yeah.
Where is the $3 billion that's earning very little held now?
Well, the Oregon Investment Council manages the investment of all of the, there's like some $70 billion in the PERS account right now. So that's spread across a whole range of investments.
So let me ask the question a different way. So Jamie, what What portion of that $3 billion would you say we at the University of Oregon have in cash-like?
Yeah, so our cash numbers have actually gone down, and some of them have gone down since Nick's looked at them, because as you guys will remember, we're still in the process of deploying our tiered investment strategy, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. So in the Treasury report, we shared, for example, that when we moved $60 million over to the foundation, that was moving cash over to then be invested. And then in July, we moved another $60 million over to our Tier 2 investment managers. So our cash really fluctuates. I was just looking at some of the numbers earlier this week, and like in July, we were sitting at about $150 million of cash. Now, I think it's really important to recognize, and Nick and I had this conversation, that we get a lot of restricted funds. So when I give you a cash number, that's not unrestricted university cash. A huge chunk of that is restricted gifts, debt proceeds from when we issue debt specifically for capital. We have grant funds that can only be used for certain things. We hold agency funds, which are like payroll funds when we have to set aside. So there's all kinds of even questions about what you can and can't do with those funds given their legal restrictions. But short answer is, as of July, we had 154, and that's probably one of our low points because then you have tuition coming in. And I would expect that it would, fluctuate up and down, and we'd probably have a high of, 154, maybe 270 would be my guess. That would be a very high, actually, 250, something in that range.
I think to further answer your question, the entities that have the cash in accounts that the state was looking at for this concept were universities, SAFE, some of the ports, and OHSU. So that $3 billion was a combination of balances from those entities.
And are there, I'm not sure I understood, Nick, the point about the unusual funds flows and the associated restricted use of those, if those are my words. Is there an example like that would impact the University of Oregon?
I'm not sure I understand your question. So you're saying, are there things that they could think about doing that?
Well, I think Nick used an example. I couldn't quite hear it, but I think from a lottery where there would be an unusually large funds flow, and that the use of that would be restricted somehow as part of building the cushion to manage this. And the question is, are there examples of that that could happen to the University of Oregon?
Are you asking, would the state come in and say, University of Oregon?
I think he's saying, do you have windfall?
Right, that's what I think he's saying, that you might want to look
individually, that you could yourself segregate.
And specifically, would a gift be a windfall?
A huge portion of our gifts that we get are restricted, and so I don't think they could be used for, we have to use them within the boundaries that the donor gave us. But I think what I'm hearing, and Nick, correct me if I'm wrong.
It could be like a legal settlement. Would be an example, maybe.
Yeah, that's a great example.
Yeah, so I think where you're headed these days, although I don't want to put words in your mouth, is not that if let's say we got a big legal settlement, or which we didn't need for costs related to the legal settlement, or we got a huge tech transfer bonus. Some technology did great. I think what I'm hearing you say, although please correct me if I'm wrong, is not that the state would come in and nab those funds and then use it generally for PERS. I think where you are today is encouraging us that we might want to take that money and set up a side account or do something to help with our PERS obligations. Is that accurate?
I think a good example for us is, and I won't name the city, but there's a city up further north that there was a story on this 2 weeks ago. They had $15 million extra, and they launched 3 new programs with that. And we're like, okay, why? We would like you to have the discipline to not do that. Now, we also don't want to get in your business, if that is the right thing to do. It's cold winter and you want to spend it on shelters, for example. That's not what they spent it on. But so it's tricky for the state. It's either our problem or it's not our problem. and I sort of saying it's kind of not our problem, but we also want to make sure everyone's being disciplined about solving it. So I would love to hear your thoughts, actually, on what you think are the right balance of that should be.
Well, I'm curious, where's the one balance is, where does it legislative and where is it executive out of the governor's office to make certain decisions? But some of the things that didn't come up, one thing I'm concerned about was, for instance, rating the cultural trust, which has almost happened before, and even when it was set up, it was supposed to be getting $20 million worth of surplus property. Didn't happen. I haven't seen that one on the chopping block yet, but the long-term implications for donor and citizen trust around putting money into something like that. So that's one piece. But in terms of setting aside a rainy day fund, one of the things that drives me a little nutty is the kicker.
It's absurd.
So but I see no initiative around saying, look, whoever caused this PERS problem, I don't think it was all the 700 entities necessarily. We may have bought into it, but where's the responsibility around something like that?
So I think there's three things there I would touch on. One is, I think you're right. There's no rating of the cultural trust or other things envisioned in the plan or beyond the plan. The kicker is absolutely front and center, in particular because we have a $400 million kicker from the last biennium, and if and when federal tax reform happens, it's highly likely there'll be a kicker in the next biennium. So we have close to $1 billion that we have here that is just going to go back. And I've spent the last 3 weeks sitting with every lawyer in the Capitol trying to figure out how to not have that happen. It's not something I tend to put on paper right now, but it is something that we're trying to figure out how to address, particularly with when you have something that comes out of the blue, like federal tax reform, that would trigger it. And then third, I think this is my own personal view, and I know the hat I'm wearing, but there's some fiduciary responsibility for every entity that bought into this system. And I know that the state appoints the PERS board and that there's a management there, but at the end of the day, everyone should have known and should have had their CFO telling them at the time, and this was 20 years ago before any of us were here, what was happening. And ultimately, some of the changes came because I think it was Lane County sued PERS to get the first thing started. So that, I don't know how to answer the question other than that, which is we all inherited this mess. And any person on a governing body needs to just take their job really seriously, and that was a problem at multiple levels.
Michael.
Well, I guess you posed a question, or I don't know if it was rhetorical. Let us know if you got it and you're okay. So we don't have it.
Yeah.
And I think that's clear. But there's also sort of an endogeneity issue here. One of the reasons we don't have it is because we're a state-supported institution, and so if in the annual allocations from the state, it included it, we'd have it. So, we can look at each other and say, well, that's the reason we don't have it.
It's going up 0% next time.
Right. The other reason we don't have it is because, again, we could have it, right, because we charge tuition, right? So we were just going through that. We could pass it along to our students, but that's not what we want to do. And it's probably not what the governor wants us to do. And if we tried to do that, the governor probably wouldn't be happy. And so, again, back and forth. So we can't really look at it as, do you have it? Because there are ways for us to have it, but those ways would make you very unhappy to have us do that.
I mean, I guess I'll just say, no one's expecting any easy or no pain solution to this. So I think what is the least bad solution? I think when I say you have it, I guess I mean rather than us come in and say you should spend all your tier 2 money and that $60 million, don't put it in that investment, put it in a side account. Jamie's point is, well, we actually want that in the investment so that we can buttress the next few years, because the side account money will spread it out over 20 years. That's a decision that you're in best position to decide, I think, personally. But yes, I think I understand what you're saying. Universally, you don't have it, and we don't either. And I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and we're looking.
Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, or fortunately, we're looking to you and the governor and the legislature to solve the problem because we can't locally. The only way we can handle the problem is by passing it through intuition or lobbying the state for more money.
Yeah.
And the systemic solution can't be done at our level. And I understand all the difficulties you have in working this through the legislature and then getting through referenda here.
Let me just say, though, that I think one way that the at least initially we've been thinking about it is, so the state's on the hook for the state's liability and ultimately probably K-12 schools. Not probably, they are. Cities and counties were really not on the hook for technically, but counties implement a lot of the health programs that the state funds. So what's the right way to think about that? I think when you think about the portion of the budget of the entity that the state funds is one way you could rationalize that across these entities. And I know that probably wouldn't come out favorably for you, but I think that's just one way where you could think about it. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
But you don't, do you or do you not expect to arrive at a universally applicable solution? I mean,
yes.
Really, because my guess is there are some of these entities who have this liability, towns, cities, maybe K through 12, are honestly not able to manage themselves at that budget level. And by contrast, I would say the University of Oregon clearly is, and
Yep.
it's to our advantage.
Yep.
And it's probably imperative that we be able to manage ourselves, and it's the right thing for the state to say is, okay, you guys manage yourselves. But if you're looking for a universal solution, the solution that works for, Hefner Junction might be quite different than the one that works for the University of Oregon.
That is crystal clear. There is no universal solution. It has to be based on a number of factors.
Customize something,
Yeah,
right?
that's exactly right.
Is there any argument in your mind or analysis, or Jamie, maybe you want to answer this, or Hans, for having the large universities pool the effort? Usually when Jamie takes that much time, I've asked the wrong damn question. Okay, you're excused. I have another question.
I guess what I would say is I'd need to think a lot more about that. I mean, I would. I mean, we've even in the last week had some interesting conversations about side accounts and other things, and there may be more creative things that we could be doing on our own if the accounting is set up differently, potentially. Right now, we don't. Just to be clear, there is no document that says the U of O's specific obligation. We get an allocation. So it's not, we're not set up, as I understand it right now, that we could even have a side account because it wouldn't go to us. It would go to a pool, and we're part of the pool. So if certain things change, it's possible that there are more creative options that we could consider, whether it's with others or not. But we haven't been in a position where those, I think, were even options up to this point. So hopefully this will open up some new areas to look at.
Well, as we weigh our abilities, though, I believe we've demonstrated a competitively successful ability to manage our economic
clearly
position.
Yeah.
And any solution that harms our ability to continue doing that would be unattractive.
And we
That's
wouldn't,
word
the
I
governor
use.
would not want to do that either. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Pete.
Andrew. So first, thanks for coming down, and aside from this as well, thanks for all the support that your office has given to higher ed in the university.
Oh yeah, we haven't talked about the capital construction.
Yeah, well, I'll come back to that. I've unfortunately spent more hours than I'd like to think about working on this issue. I thought we fixed it back in 2003, right? But from that effort, it's clear this is a state level. It was caused at the state level. That's where some of the solutions have to be. And there's different responsibility, but there's one group that is definitely not responsible, and it's students. And that's where I'm concerned, and you see the numbers. And if I'm talking to somebody, who's thinking about where to go to school and say, yeah, but if you come to a school here in Oregon, a public school, we may be raising your tuition 1 or 2 percentage points just based on retirement system or whatever the number would be. Jamie can confirm that, which is untenable. We're competing for students around the globe, and I'm just, and that's not your doing. You've inherited it. Sorry, we didn't fix it more, but we made some progress. But I guess the question I would ask is there anywhere in this think about how to hold students harmless from what's going on? That group is definitely not responsible, and affordability is so important. I don't know what that would look like.
Yeah.
Whether that's through scholarships or things like that kind of thing to address that.
Yeah.
But I think it's worth thinking about.
I agree. I think that's a good point that we should give a little more thought to, and I think could justify how the governor's next budget thinks about it.
I would jump in there that in the last budget cycle, when we put together the consolidated budget request for the universities, we did include a portion of the funding request that represented the state taking on the state's share of the PERS liability, so we did not have to pass that through to students, and that was reflected in the unified request from the 7 institutions that was the $100 million number that we talked to you so much about, and that the governor helped us secure 70 million of that 100 million. So I think you will see, and we will be sending to Nick and his team a request that includes that again this time around to buffer students from the liability.
Yeah, 'cause I just think there's some ongoing principle about that, because I mean, obviously there are many vulnerable people, but I'd rather have the cost, say, fall on the state motor pool or something. I'm not picking on them, but versus students who are trying to afford.
Yep.
Yeah, Nick, thanks so much for coming and trying to explain a very mysterious thing that arrived on our spreadsheets not too long ago. And thank you for the capital investment. Appreciate that. And as I try to understand it, I just have a question about enforcement. Did you say that 1,700 entities will be responsible for the unfunded liability?
It's around, I think it's somewhere between 7 and 900.
Oh, 7 or 9.
7 or 900.
Okay.
It's a large number, but
so for any of them, who enforces that they actually pay when the money is due, and many of them are small, and they're going to look at you and say, "Sorry, don't have it." And I'm just curious, who makes sure that all of the money is collected so that the responsible people who actually do put money forward can count on everybody doing that?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that question. Do you know how the enforcement's done?
I have no idea.
I mean, you know there will be many.
There
that
hasn't
say,
actually been an
"Sorry."
issue to this point, as far as I know. There's been, I think, 1 or 2 entities who have dissolved, and these are like rural fire district or some very tiny thing. But I will find out. I actually don't know the answer to that. It's an interesting question.
Interesting if we just say sorry. Sorry.
Are there other questions? Nick, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time. This is really helpful. And best to your mom. We're distant cousins. And
Yeah. No, my pleasure. Thanks for having me. And I wish I had all the answers, but we're working pretty hard trying to come up with something. At least a framework for the solution, I think, is what we're trying to work.
Right.
So thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. So I want to go back now to the first part of the agenda. Amy Shank has aced her exam, and she's here to tell us all about it. Welcome, Amy. How's it going?
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Amy.
Feels really late in the afternoon. I've been up really early. It's different with an exam. Okay. Perfect. Well, these aren't my slides, but this is a great ambiance. Good morning. Thank you all for waiting for me to finish my exam. It happened to fall right at 8 a.m., so that was it was my first 8 a.m. final, so I'm glad to get it done with. I never want to have one again. Well, thank you. I just want to thank you all again for being here. I want to thank each of you who have hopped on a phone call with me individually. It's been really great to get to know each one of you. I know I have a few more coming up, and I want to thank especially Angela and Jennifer for setting those up. And thank you to all who attended the Board Trustees pizza mixer. I don't really have an official name, but I really appreciated those who could make it. I realized it was very last minute, but I'm hoping we have another event later in the year where you're able to meet more student leaders for those who are in town and things like that. But I just wanted to start off by saying thank you so much. I have my phone up here just because I don't have a physical copy of my report, and I want to make sure that I'm hitting all my points. So this last term has been really... It's kind of cutting in and out. This last term has been super successful for ASUO. I've learned a lot about leadership styles, my personal leadership style, but also working with a diverse set of student leaders on campus. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm so humbled to continue to work with students here. I've learned a lot about different events happening on campus, but also learned the best way that we can effectively work with students and make sure their programming is going through. So to start off, I know my report kind of went off by our 3 different large campaigns. I guess I'll go with that sort of structure and then fill you in on other events happening the rest of, winter term, so after the break. So last term with food security, we did more grassroots efforts within ASUO specifically. We work now with a local nonprofit called Burrito Brigade, and if you pass by our office, you'll see our large advertising poster about this program we call Quack Wraps, sticking with the duck theme. And we pass out about 50 burritos both Saturday and Sunday individually to hungry students on campus. So we work with the food pantry to make sure hungry students are getting a meal. They can sign up for a meal, and also advertising to also parents or faculty on campus that need that type of food. So we're trying to do simple meal food security addressing within ASUO this term, and that's going super well. We've actually had a lot of students sign up for meals towards the end of the term once we started advertising toward the right student body that needed the meals. And we're looking to increase volunteer outreach. So we're looking for outside volunteers, specifically in fraternity and sorority life, to participate within our organization. So we're super excited about that.
How many meals, I'm sorry, did you say you've served and over what period of time?
So we started week 2, I believe, week 3. We had to work out with Burrito Brigade, the nonprofit, exactly when we could go into the kitchens and help out. So we started around week 2 or week 3, and then we've been doing it every weekend since.
No, I mean, how many meals over what period of time?
Yeah, so we do about 50 meals Saturday, and then 50 meals Sunday was the burrito. So we get them all donated for free. So we do 50 burritos each of those days, and they go within less than an hour. We pass them around the folks coming in and out of the EMU, and we also, I know one time did a drop outside of the library. So we get them done pretty quickly. And then in the last couple weeks, I would say week 8 to week 10, so last 3 or 4 weeks for those not on the schedule, we've had about 5 or 6 students line up and wait for a meal. And usually if they sign up and wait for a meal outside the office, then we have a burrito waiting for them or a couple burritos, whatever they sign up for. So it's been super, I don't know, it's been very humbling, and it's been great to get to know a lot of the students who deal with food insecurity on campus. So glad we could do that this year. Along with Quack Wraps for food security, I've been working really closely with our Dean of Students, Chris Winters, on creating task forces on the administrative level. And we've been working on creating food security task forces for specific ones. Fundraising, we've included one for on-campus dining efforts, making sure on-campus dining is accessible for students. We've also been working to do, I think our third one is our food pantry, and we've been working on a 4th one with Matt Roberts to enhance more knowledge about the food drives that we do on campus, that the food goes directly to our student food pantry off campus right now, and also efforts to do potential produce drops or other fun programming on campus that increases food resources being brought or donated by students or faculty or whoever wants to come donate. So we've created those 4 task forces. We are working on finding meeting times. I'm realizing that's also very difficult to have everybody fill out a doodle poll, but we're finding meeting times for each of those task forces in the next few weeks so we can start meeting winter term and really make concrete changes. I've already had some really amazing meetings with individuals from the EMU about creating a surplus fund, so to speak, for duck bucks, so students are able to apply for extra meal money throughout the term and things of that sort. So we're hoping these short-term projects can be done efficiently within winter term, and the longer-term projects of potentially moving the food pantry on campus can have definitive steps this winter and spring term to ensure that it will take course in the next few years. Regards to transparency, our communications director, who unfortunately couldn't make it this morning, has done an amazing job working with our internal vice president, Tess Moore, on creating transparency efforts. That includes just reaching out to the student body, letting them know who we are and how we can serve them. So we're doing a host of op-eds in the Emerald, which is our school newspaper, this winter term to talk about the budget. We are also in very tight budget times at the ASUO level. We're with the lack of enrollment projection for next year. We're looking at an already high increase for our I fee, which is the fee that we control as ASUO. And so we're concerned about student groups or student organizations being concerned about why they're not getting funding for the next year, seeing as we can't increase a lot, if at all, for most programs. So we want to make sure we're being as transparent as possible with our knowledge of what's going on with our budget, and also communicating with them about large groups such as club sports or larger departments that maybe won't get the funding that we would love to give them if we had the resources, but we were unable to do this year. And we're including in those articles contact names, direct contact names for the finance committees, so that students, if they have direct questions, can reach out to the most knowledgeable people on our team and have a cup of coffee in our office, or even just come and voice some concerns. We're also going to be doing a bunch of class wraps at the beginning of winter term to let students know more about ASUO and the events going on. And that's going to be spearheaded by our very, very exciting internal vice president, Tess Moore, who loves pumping people up a lot. She does a lot of introduction programming here for the campus. So we're super excited to have her go and get people excited about ASUO and encourage them to get involved with either new position openings or involved in the finance process. We will also be doing, along with all these transparencies, a town hall, including myself and my vice presidents, and we're going to be talking about a specific issue on campus, which will be interesting. We've never done one before. I'm excited. Don't know when that will be, but I will let you all know. We still have to schedule it. And then finally, our last one with tuition, we've been working with Jamie and Brad quite a lot this year, myself and my external vice president, Vicki Gim, on the TFAB committee. We've worked to internally within ASUO to get that information condensed, and we're working on a flyer that's going to be released before the start of winter term, summarizing what we've talked about at TFAB meetings for the last fall term. So a fun little one-sheeter that I can pass on to you all, a graphic that's easily attainable and digestible for students to understand what's going on currently in the tuition process. We're also looking to work with Jamie and Brad on creating rules of procedure to outline the purpose of TFAB board, but also who sits on it, what the procedure looks like, very much so that somebody from the outside could look in and know what the board's doing. At OSU, they have a student, their system's a little bit different with tuition, but for each of the boards, for both student and administrative boards with tuition, they have bylaws and rules of procedure, and I think it would be most beneficial for transparency with the student body to augment these. So I know I've worked with the provost and also Jamie and Brad on getting a draft of those rules of procedure up and running for the next hopefully winter term, if not later on, just to create greater transparency for the student body and to allow everybody to know what TFAB is and who sits on it and how many times we meet a term, things of that sort. So that's kind of a large recap. We also did the campus night walk this term. Our sexual mental health advocate, Maya, who's a second year, so she's doing a lot of work, or she's a first year, yeah, I guess. She's doing a lot of work. She got a lot of people out to the campus night walk, which was very beneficial for our university police department. We also worked to host the largest Oregon Students of Color conference on campus. We had under 500 students at Matt Court for an entire weekend to learn about racial justice on campuses, but also what other campuses are doing around the state in regards to students of color support. We also, in the next winter term, our big projects are going to be launching off of each of those large campaigns we're doing, but also previous projects this last term. So our gender and sexuality advocates directly working with LGBTQIA+ to host a large speaker series with Chelsea Manning down at the Holt Center. So we're going to be hosting that large event. I will be working with the Oregon Hunger Task Force on the state level to host an entire food security day. It's a day that you all will eventually get an invite to. We have to create the invite. It's a day-long seminar, so to speak, with different panels about food security on campus, and also programming on either other campuses or national level on what other campuses are doing, and it's a very informational event. And also at the end of the event, we're going to be hosting a informational kind of cafe to swirl around ideas about what food security looks like on our campus. So that's a large event we'll be hosting. We're also looking to work more with our GTF advocate, our graduate student advocate on our exec board, specifically working with them on the recent potential tax bill that's being passed by the national government, looking on how graduate students are able to be taken care of here on this campus and making sure that they're not being priced out of their programs, something that we're really concerned about, and I know our graduate student has been super concerned about. And also we're going to be working, and I'm hoping to work with Hans and Libby on the short session with our State Affairs Commissioner on any things that ASUO specifically needs to advocate for students at the state level. That's something we're keeping on our mind, recognizing also the budget and the tight budget this year. So those are just a few things. I know that was a lot. I was trying to cram it in the time frame. But I'll definitely take any questions if anybody has any. If not, I'll let you get on your proceedings.
I think the whole board is very pleased with the amount of work and that you're doing. I apologize that you're having to be here on your having just done a final. I know Angela's been trying to organize our schedule so that we don't meet at the worst times for students, but it's been very difficult. Hopefully we can make that easier for students. I am a little concerned about your statement that you expect that you may have to you may have another year. We've had some high fee increases from the ASUO in recent years, and I'm a little concerned that you're thinking that you're going to have to do that again. And part of my question is, and I don't know if this is true, but I understand that, and you can sort of, you know, and I love what you talked about transparency, so I hope you don't mind my asking, but as I understand it, the ASUO does have a reserve fund of some sort that is fairly significant. Have you considered all avenues to prevent a significant increase, given that there have been, I know, before your time, been significant increases in this fee?
No, we're definitely, that's the concern that you have is the concern that's on my mind every day as I walk into the office. So to give you a very, I guess, kind of a glimpse into the timeline of when we found out about enrollment rates was later in our term, actually after our benchmarks were due, or I think the day of our benchmarks for the budget were due. For exec, we projected increasing certain areas like Safe Ride, for instance, and DDS. They need a lot of funding for their programming, working with the UOPD this year. We also see a huge necessity to work with our co-op center. And for childcare on campus, we see that their increases are a necessity, and I want to work with them. And also among all the 300 clubs that we host, individual increases for their clubs. We saw enrollment projections, and we're already looking at around a 3.7% increase in our IV with just enrollment projections. We have a state cap of 5% for our IV each year, and we're concerned that obviously that's not a lot of money left. That's about 1% increase. And we have, specifically with our EMU board, we have costs that must be covered for either staff or continuing salaries for those staff. So we're looking at how to mitigate or at least somehow quell those staff increases, which are a necessity by just the projections of each of the staffs, and that's more specific within the EMU. I can send you all this information as well. I'm just not thinking about it right now.
Is it true or not true that you have a significant reserve fund?
So we do have a significant reserve fund, which I know my finance director and I have been looking into the possibility of using those funds. We usually use it if we have under-realized, I believe is a term. This last year, we had a host of money that we had to cover with our surplus. So usually if we have money left over from the year that we have to cover, we cover with surplus and then dip into reserves at last cause, because reserves we see as a temporary kind of Band-Aid to the larger issue. So we have definitely considered with certain funding mechanisms like HIV testing, we'll need to cover that somehow. We've considered it, and we're definitely highly considering it when looking longer into the budget season. Right now, our projections are just based on how can we at least maybe flatline certain club increases, so they'll still get their money from this year, and then if needed, dip into those reserves. But we're putting that as a last resort because we only do have so much reserves. And I definitely don't want to be using that, especially down the line if we're looking at lower enrollment projections, which I hope we're not for tuition. But if we are in those states and we run out of reserves, we're going to be caught in a big pickle that I would not want to put ASUO in. So we're trying to balance dipping into reserves, but also looking at where can we actually cut costs. And we're working heavily with the EMU board to do that this year.
If I may ask just one more question, and that is about the tuition
Yes.
process.
Mhm.
The process is going to be the process. Jamie, when are we going to be presented with the tuition increase proposal? Will that be in the summer, in March?
Yeah.
So
Soon.
So soon.
Yes.
And so, and then will you then, in terms of, I mean, you're one, we haven't had our meeting, so I look forward to that.
No worries.
But
Yeah.
given the climate, given the tuition increase last year, what would you, as the ASUO president, say, if you could? I mean, maybe it's too early for you to say. What is the mood on campus, the general mood on campus regarding the reality that tuition will go up? We don't know how much and what the percentages will be. But could you give us a lay of the land? We know that there are a lot of happy students on campus. We know that there are people who are really unhappy with the tuition. But certainly I would think the rise that we had last year might be kind of changing that balance a little bit. I want to know from you, what's going on?
Yeah, so I'll do my best. I guess I preface by saying I can represent 24,000 students to the best of my ability, but I will not cover each person's opinion and experience here on campus, seeing that I come here covered with scholarships, so I personally can't directly empathize with maybe budget crises within my personal life, but I do pay for extra costs. So I just want to preface by saying that the mood, I mean, we have had a lot of students being priced out because of the tuition increase last year. A lot of students either going to Lane Community College for a lower credit amount or priced out in general. It's a huge concern. I mean, the last couple years working on tuition specifically, either being in meetings or working with students, each year having students being priced out and them just kind of being the result of a tuition increase is really concerning. This year, with working with Jamie on doing as many outreach factors as we can to let students know about the tuition increase as soon as possible is the most important thing we can do, and include students within the meeting as much as possible as well. I know I'm trying to work on next term doing outreach meetings specifically to different groups on campus that have been historically marginalized due to tuition increases, specifically students of color or the queer identity, reaching out to those groups and making sure that they have direct conversations with the budget process to understand early on that this could be a possibility. And it's hard to, I guess, to do that, but I know that's one kind of factor that I'm really concentrating on is the educational component. I can't guarantee students won't be upset because tuition directly affects livelihoods. It affects their ability to feed a family. It affects, when we're talking about food security, affects their ability to get food on campus. It's going to be tough to see it happen again. Of course, being in the process more concretely this year, realizing all the factors that we have to cover, it's a reality we have to face. But what can we do to ensure that maybe students are getting more scholarships, more resources on campus to cover the impact if they are able to stay at the university, to make sure that they're having a healthy time here at the university, a healthy, positive time where the extra costs that they have to go into debt for, that we're able to help with other factors of their life. But yeah, to be completely honest, students are going to be upset. I know myself it will be difficult to face and work with communities that I've worked with for a long time here at the university over my 4 years and tell them again that they're going to have to face a tuition increase, also a potential I-fee increase, which I don't want. So I know this year specifically too, it's my job and I take it upon myself to work as much as I can with Jamie and Brad to see every possibility we can do to not increase tuition. Because students are getting tired, students are dealing with national efforts, national oppression, marginalization. They're dealing with security issues on campus, not just emotional and mental security, but they're dealing with physical security on campus. How can we ensure that their time here is them not being, them giving as much as they can to the university and then being priced out their last year? I guess to give you a glimpse and just to kind of summarize, I know I've been kind of going on, and I guess I can't really convey the gravity of the situation to you until you talk with the students. And that's something I'm going to encourage each of the students to do if they come to the next board meeting, or if they communicate with you directly, we can figure out a way for students to reach out to you all. But I know students have even started GoFundMes, which is a kind of sort of, like a PayPal account to pay for tuition. I personally don't think students should have to do that to finish an education. If they're in their last term and have to set up a GoFundMe because they're in emergency times, that's concerning. So I take it upon myself this year to do as much as we can to ensure students are not being priced out, or there's programs to help to make sure that that's not going to happen. And yeah, to be completely honest, I don't think students will ever not be upset about tuition increases because, again, it directly affects livelihoods. There's no easy way around it. It's going to price students out. We're going to lose amazing students that have so much potential here. So I guess I urge you all with, a necessity that we have to reach a reality. We have to realize that we're also realizing the direct, not just who we're losing, like, oh, we're going to lose a few students. No, we're losing students that genuinely make this university amazing, that really make this community not only diverse, but diverse in a set of opinions and diverse with their what they've gone through in their lifetime, so their experiences. So I don't know if that directly answers your question. That was me kind of rambling, but.
Amy, thank you. I think we're.
Yeah. Sorry.
One
Just
more
one really quick question.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to say. Yeah. Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Well, good final.
Yeah. Okay. I hope. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say, one, thank you for all your hard work this term. You've got to be probably the busiest student on campus. She's everywhere all the time, so thank you very much. Second, I was just curious about, in terms of the IFE and that setting process, the model you're doing for projections for student enrollment, whether that's ASUO developed or done in conjunction with Roger or...
Done in conjunction with Roger, I believe. I get them from Becky. I can clarify with Becky where they come from because, yeah, do you have a better concrete answer, Jamie?
I think what's happening, although this is not an area I focus on that much with them, is they're working with institutional research. And what happens is I believe you're basing your numbers on what happens in the current year.
Of course.
And when we have, like this year, we had a drop we weren't expecting in students. And so not only affects tuition revenue, but then it affects how many students are here that are paying fees, and they've based their budget on a certain head count. So it affects all of us when we learn of that late. But I think it is with JP Monroe and the Office of Institutional Research that's tracking all that for everybody.
Right. And like I said before, I think we're addressing it very conservatively too. We realize that 3.7 may not happen. Let's hope it not happens, knock on wood, right? For tuition too. What we're going as conservative as possible to ensure if we do need to cover certain costs that we can really cut all the unnecessary costs in the IFE if needed and really help those student programs. So we're also realizing that this may be a really conservative projection, but I'd rather be conservative rather than having to cover a cost that we can't cover and we have to use up all our reserves, which would be terrible. But
Mike, you want to add something?
I was just going to say, if I shut my eyes and you don't say it's complicated very often, I think I'm hearing Jamie talk.
Here we go. Yeah. I'm learning very quickly that my lack of finance major, I'm learning a lot of things about finance.
Amy, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you all so much. Sorry I went on.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you all. Have a good
How'd
rest
you do on your final?
I hope I did fine. It was on my thesis topic, so I think I'll be fine. But thank you all so much.
Okay. We're kind of way behind. Patrick, come on up. We're going to hear about the Knight campus leadership and governance issues. And Mike, are you participating?
I'm just going to introduce it, but Patrick missed. He wasn't here earlier. Wasn't asked to be here earlier. I said all sorts of nice things about you. You'll just have to, go on to see the transcript or whatever.
Hard to believe.
To hear them over again, because we are running out of time. But I just wanted to, what I said earlier was how grateful we are for where we are today, that, under your leadership, which was extraordinary, what was just this idea a year ago is now a reality, and it's going to become a very tangible reality very shortly. And just simply, we would not be where we are without you. We would not be in nearly as good shape without you. You are the necessary person to make this all happen, and we all are very, very grateful to you.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, as always. And it actually was 1 year ago at this meeting that we made the first presentation on the Knight campus. And so I thought it was appropriate to just give us an update. That's what I was requested. And we have these quarterly updates, so it's been good. One of the pleasures that I've had is to get to know members of the board through this process. So a year ago, we outlined a fairly ambitious agenda of things that we're trying to accomplish, and I'm happy to sit here today to let you know that we've actually accomplished everything that we have set out to do over the last year. I don't know, in your previous comments, President Schill, if you were able to address the director search, but That's the first thing. I think everybody is aware that we've now hired a permanent executive director, Bob Goldberg, from Georgia Tech. I'll just emphasize that he's the director of the #1 bioengineering research institute in the country at the #1 bioengineering school in the country. And so we've done very well to get him. He's also a terrific person, and I know that he will be looking forward to interacting with the board over many years to come, and he will be a great leader for us moving forward. Just very quickly, I just want to remind everyone of what our goals were and what we've done. So we acquired the property needed this is all since December of last year. We acquired the property that we needed for the Knight campus. That's 4 parcels of land. It represents a little more than 1% increase in the total land holdings of the university. We've done all the initial designs of our building, and we revealed those designs to the public a little more than a month ago. We've begun sort of the realities of construction, and I want to thank the state again for their $50 million investment in bond funds, with ongoing conversations about how we can reach our initial goal of $100 million. So we achieved that, and that was a lot of work and partnership across the university. We've designed new core facilities that will greatly enhance the research infrastructure and capability of the university and really continue to push us at the cutting edge. And the construction is on target still after all of this. It was an incredibly aggressive schedule. Every time I talk to anyone about it, they're amazed that we're trying to do this in 3 years. And our architects and construction team have taken this to heart, as well as the university management staff. And so you'll see the first signs of construction in late January, early February, and we're still on target with an early 2020 move-in date. The Knight campus is staffed with an excellent administrative group that I would gush over, like the president likes to gush over people, but I won't at this moment because we're short on time. We've actually initiated our programs, the university internship program, master's level internship program that's been going on for 20 years and been expanding over the last few years, is now fully housed in the Knight campus, and they're fully integrated. So we actually have now a large number of staff that are working for us and that we're managing. And we're ongoing conversations on how to expand those programs. We've initiated some new professional development programs, science communication, entrepreneurship, and we've had our first meetings for that. Those are things that are open to every student. These are aimed at graduate students right now on campus, and so we're trying to have our impact. One of our goals when we started was to increase community engagement for the university, and so we've done that. We've hosted several events that we're calling Science Night Out, both in Eugene and Portland, including by one of our prominent board members at the table right now. And we've also funded programs to enhance student diversity in the sciences, and that's been a personal priority of mine, and so I've been happy that we've been able to remain engaged in that. This wasn't, I think, an explicit goal, but it's something that we talked a lot about, was to enhance our relationships with OHSU, and that has gone better than I could have anticipated over the last year. It's been really terrific, the conversations we've had. We formed a coordinating committee between the two institutions. We probably, after the new year, will be rolling out a new grants program that's oriented at enhancing research activities and collaborations. And we have also engaged and begun a number of different conversations about new educational partnerships between the two institutions. So the effort of the Knight campus, and I think the Knight campus is not in charge of many of these things, but it has served a great role as an impetus to beginning conversations that we otherwise wouldn't have had. And then finally, the sensible title of this particular thing is on governance. We can wonk on that as much as you want to. We don't really need to. But we have formed an internal advisory board that's met regularly over the last year. It's drawn across the departments and colleges across the university. They've been very valuable and instrumental in establishing our policies. And in fact, they serve essentially as a de facto faculty for the night campus because we don't have any faculty in place right now. We're about to hire our first faculty member, Bob Goldberg. And so in order to do that, we have to have policies to hire and tenure faculty. And so we just, as of yesterday, finally signed off on, we have all the necessary governance documents in place now to establish this as a full academic unit. And again, there's a lot of hard work that's gone into that across the university. Those of you who now are engaging in interactions with university procedures know that sometimes these things are not trivial. And so it's been great work by many different people. And then we've also begun strategic planning and thinking about how to engage an external board of advisors, I think now that we have our director in place. And in fact, ongoing conversations with Dr. Goldberg indicate that he's interested in really starting a strategic planning exercise now before he arrives. He will be coming in September, and I will be continuing in my role as acting executive director until that time. And so, but we're not just sort of, chilling out at this point. We're going to keep pushing forward aggressively, and that will be the remaining theme for the rest of our work in the night campus. So in terms of our next steps, obviously we do have a new director, so myself and my staff are working on an onboarding strategy. We're going to be having regular meetings. We'll be having a retreat in Portland in January, and then Dr. Goldberg has an incredibly busy schedule laid out. He wasn't actually anticipating taking this job when he laid out his year. So we'll be bringing him back to Eugene and having him meet people who hasn't had a chance to meet with before. We are going to continue to concentrate on these OHSU relationships and coordinate across campus on that. There's many opportunities. And then another personal goal of mine, there's been a lot of discussion about the impact of the night campus on entrepreneurship, economic activity in the state, all these kinds of things. And so I'm trying to get a conversation going to have a university approach, wide approach to strategic planning on entrepreneurship. And I think that will be an ongoing exercise over the next couple of years that will really have a big impact on the university and as well as Eugene, and I hope in the state of Oregon. And my personal mission is that we can use the efforts in the night campus and all the work that you are doing to really assume the full mantle of being what it means to be a flagship institution, that is to engage the state at a statewide level and show why the University of Oregon is invaluable to the state, why the investment by the state returns amazing dividends. And we've always done that, but I think we have a new platform to really show that a little bit more strongly than we have in the past. So that's all I have for you. I'd be happy to talk to you more about any of the details of these things if you have questions.
Patrick, can I just follow up on what you were saying? There was another meeting that John Reese called,
yes,
city manager, that included Springfield County, multiple constituents, including Chris Edward. Mrs. Dr. Goldberg was her vita, her background was not very well understood yet. I think from the little that I know about her, she will be absolutely crucial to helping that discussion with the city, with all the interests that we're looking at, potential workforce, entrepreneurship, housing, corporate relations, how you build local and countywide and up and down the freeway kinds of businesses in the future. So the sooner that I think that, I know he's not coming till September. Is there any chance we can get her earlier or at least get her talking with certain entities?
Yeah, I think we'll start those conversations. So this is Tina Goldberg, who has served in a business liaison role in the Institute for Manufacturing at Georgia Tech. And so she also brings a depth of experience and knowledge that we don't have on campus currently. And so I know that the president and the provost have been talking to her exactly about what her role will be when she arrives, but people are extremely excited by the talent that she is also bringing to the table. And I've had a chance to talk to her about our needs as well as our vision, and I think, I'm guessing, I can't know, but that was part of the reason why we were able to recruit them as a family, is because they saw the potential and the contributions that both of them could make to really change the landscape of the university and the area.
Any other questions? Terrific work.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to change the order of our presentations a bit. I guess you know this, David. Do you know we're skipping over you? Okay. I didn't want you to be the last to know as we went on, but next we're going to have a discussion on the environmental humanities, and will our two professors come forward so we can meet you, please? You will recall as a board that a number of, please be seated and welcome, a number of trustees expressed interest in hearing about what kinds of things are going on in the humanities. We tend to hear quite a bit about the sciences, not surprisingly, but there's great interest in what's going on in the humanities. And I don't know who suggested this, but please introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about yourselves, and we're very much looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you. I'm Stephanie Lemonager, and I'm a professor of English and Environmental Studies. So I'm the Barbara and Carlisle Moore Professor of English. And I have a background in anthropology and English. I got a degree from Stanford in both topics, actually. And I've been working for a long time to develop the field of environmental humanities, including founding the first journal in the field in the U.S. and doing a variety of public arts projects and other outreach projects involving climate change and public imagination. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Marcia Weisiger. I'm the Julian Rocky Dixon Chair of U.S. Western History in the History Department. I, too, have a background in anthropology and history. It's one of the things Stephanie and I share as the anthropology background. From the University of Wisconsin is where I got my history degree. And I've been involved for many years as a public historian, doing all kinds of outreach activities and bridging the gap between academic and general audiences and what they want to know and how history excites them and helps them to think about the world around us. So I'm very excited to be part of this team working with the Center for Environmental Futures on campus.
Yeah, we should say we co-direct the Center for Environmental Futures as well. And we thought we'd just say a few things about what the environmental humanities are and what they do as a field, and then show you some slides from our latest field school. So when I was involved in the early years of developing this interdisciplinary field, one of the reasons it came into being was because I found myself, I was actually writing a book about oil culture. My father's in the oil industry, I'm an environmentalist, this creates interesting family discussions, but it also meant that I needed people from different fields, not just the humanities, but people from engineering, et cetera, to comment on my book and to tell me whether or not, what I was saying was accurate. And I was working with some other people at the time at the University of California, where I formerly taught. And we said, why don't we have journals or reviewing bodies where we have people from all different disciplines looking at specific topical problems and applying our diverse skills in the human sciences, really, to answer questions about why do humans do certain things that are unsustainable? Why do humans become attached to certain kinds of systems that begin to become obsolescent and we don't want to let them go? Why do humans have all kinds of psychological issues of denial or partisanship that actually inhibit progress forward culturally and technologically? And we realized that if we could just be more interdisciplinary and actually start to work as teams and get rid of the more siloed sense of different humanities disciplines, we actually would be able to perform public service. And so that was, I think, the impetus for this field's development. It's interdisciplinary within the humanities, but it also is interdisciplinary in the sense that it reaches out to the natural sciences, the social sciences, even at times, in my case, to engineering when appropriate, in order to tackle particular problems. The problem of climate change and how it's affecting our cities, our towns, our rural regions. The wildfires, of course, are very much on our mind right now, those of us who have any connection to California like I do. And then we wanted to look practically at what we can do in the classroom to teach students to be environmental leaders with the skills in rhetoric, in history, in philosophical reasoning, in ethical reasoning and action that they'll need to be effective leaders politically, effective leaders in their communities, and simply effective democratic citizens in our democratic culture. So that's what I would say briefly about the field of the environmental humanities. Its impetus is to be an applied version of humanities that really focuses on collaboration between fields, among fields, bringing our specific skills to the table to really aid and abet the scientists at our university, policymakers, and then individuals like students who need a very broad-based education to go forward in a moment in our culture where there's a lot of uncertainty. Thank you.
The Center for Environmental Futures was imagined several years ago, but last year we got support from the College of Arts and Sciences. Dean Andrew Marcus has been a real supporter, and the Divisional Dean of Humanities, Karen Ford, has been a huge supporter. And they gave us some seed money, basically, to begin starting on developing the Center for Environmental Futures, which includes the kind of core disciplines are history, English, and literature broadly, and philosophy. But we also include all of the humanistic social sciences within our realm, and we have a good representation, about 100 people, faculty and graduate students who engage with us, and about 25 people who are really invested in currently in the Center for Environmental Futures. And we started off with two kind of programs last year. One is we call Interdisciplinarity 101, which is to try to model what interdisciplinarity looks like and to just sort of show how different disciplines work. We also include, I should back up and say, the arts and architecture within our realm as well. And so Interdisciplinarity 101, we meet roughly monthly, and somebody presents their work, and we get to talk about it in a very casual breakfast type of setting. And then we held what we hope is the first annual film festival in the environmental humanities that we call the Emerald Earth Film Festival. It was held last April. Our focus was a theme on environmental justice issues. A lot of the films were about Native Americans and the issues that they have been facing. And we had, in addition to 8 films that we showed, which we were at the Bijou Theater, our premier community theater. We brought in 3 of the filmmakers who talked with the audience after the films, and it was a good success. And we hope to build on that. This year, our theme will be the oceans. But we adopted last year, the steering committee adopted a theme for the next several years of public lands, the American Commons, if you will. And so as part of that, this year is the first year that we're really working on the public lands theme, and we began the term with a roughly 4-day field trip out to Harney County, where the Malheur occupation took place last year, and developed what we call a field school. And the field school is essentially we are going out and listening to people talk about why they value the public lands, how they value the public lands, and what are the challenges of managing the public lands. So let's see here to give you a sense. And this is part of a larger project. We went out to Harney County, but we are going to be looking over the next 3 years at 5 different study areas also including the Wallowas, Portland with its great urban parks and as a kind of public lands, the Willamette National Forest, and the North Coast and our public beaches, interviewing people. So our first was we met at the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge and stayed at the Malheur Field Station, which is on the refuge. So we were sort of inspired to do this in part because of the takeover at the refuge. And I'll just point out the kind of irony that took place with the takeover. There were many, but one is that we're complaining about the BLM and their policies, and yet demonstrating by taking over a Fish and Wildlife Service facility. And the place that we stayed at, the Malheur Field Station, turned out to be where the FBI was headquartered during this and kind of monitoring. And we got to hear about that from the director of the field station. Our group of people who went included not only Stephanie and myself, but also Gordon Sayre, a professor of English who is there on the right, Haley Brazier, Allison Ford, and Parker Smith, who was the photographer, so he is not, unfortunately, in this picture. But this is showing us in French Glen, where one of the early cattle ranchers, Pete French, kind of devastated the landscape, and it was that devastation that the Fish and Wildlife Service has successfully reversed as a result of their work in this area. This is just showing where we stayed at the field station. It's an old Job Corps center with very rustic but nice and welcoming. And this was the director of the field station, who's shown sort of in the background that we're all talking to, who is himself a scientist and talked to us a bit about the area. We conducted 8 hours of interviews, including with the director of the field station, but focusing on ranchers that we talked with who were part of a Steen Mountain Cooperative Association, who've been working. One of the great ironies of the takeover of the Malheur Wildlife Refuge is that nationally, among wildlife refuges, Malheur was the poster child for the best way to develop collaboration between land users and the Fish and Wildlife Service. And these ranchers felt like during the entire occupation, they didn't get the media attention for what they really had accomplished, and instead it was all going to these people from out of state who were protesting the BLM. And they were thrilled to talk with us about the work that they had accomplished and what their goals were. We also talked with a member of the Burns Paiute tribe, who's their resources manager, a local historian, and people who are with the land use agencies.
Yeah, I just want to add something here. One of the goals of the field school is to actually get out into rural Oregon and make clear that the university, wants to be present in these regions and wants to be a real player and a kind of open ear for listening to the concerns of various stakeholders in the state, even people who might feel that the university represents a sort of political configuration or an environmentalist way of thinking that is not commensurate with their own views. And we really had wonderful conversations, which were, a model of the sort of nonpartisan conversation I think really is still possible in this country, but not very available to us right now in either social media or in Washington. I, for instance, am working on climate change right now. I had a beautiful conversation with a rancher who very much understands how the climate is changing in Eastern Oregon, can talk about it with great eloquence from his experience reading the land, reading his animals, but he just doesn't like to use certain phrases, including climate change, to have the discussion because those phrases to him signify a certain political orientation with which he does not identify. So it was kind of a wonderful opportunity to begin to see that we are a public. We do have an investment in public lands. We might come from different perspectives, but I think the university can play a role as a public institution in kind of strengthening the idea of that public, and a public that is still conversant even across political and cultural divides. So that's definitely one of the larger, I think I would say, sort of idealistic goals of this practice.
Well, and I'll add that each of the ranchers gave us a heartfelt thank you for coming and listening to them. We listened to what they had to say, and they were actually brilliant in the various issues that they raised and how they've worked to deal with them. And they were taken back by the willingness of pointy-headed professors willing to come out and listen to them without interruption, without challenging them, or any of the things that they may have expected from us. And instead, it opened up a conversation that we hope to continue. We plan to go back in June and talk to some additional ranchers and more members of the Burns Paiute tribe. And in a minute, I'll show you some slides that talk about some other people that we want to hear all their voices.
How many students were involved in this?
The group that you saw there were 3 students and 3 faculty in this particular field school. We originally had hoped for a larger group. We held this right before 2 weeks before school starts, and a lot of students were not yet around for this, but it turned out to be the perfect size group for starting this out and trying to figure out what we were doing.
We do have actually 15 students signed up already for our June field school, so the numbers
I bet it's a
going
great
up.
experience for the students. Wow.
Yeah.
It was a fabulous experience for them, and they were active participants in asking questions and clarifying things and listening really intently, and then raising really excellent questions. So they're a really important part of this whole enterprise.
Yeah.
So these are some of the people that we interviewed, different ranchers who were working with High Desert Partnership and the Roaring Strings ranch manager, French Glen. We did a little field trip down to there. And then it turned out one of the serendipitous things was that the weekend that we went out there was the weekend of the Harney County Fair. And we went to a rodeo and watched little pipsqueaks doing barrel racing. It was pretty funny to watch 4-year-olds racing around on horses. And then they had, on Saturday before we left, they had the Harney County Parade that we went and watched. And so we saw the Burns Paiute tribe present their cultural values, I guess you could say here, the Shriners that you usually see in these kinds of things. The BLM and the Forest Service got great applause as they came through. And then early on in the parade, 2 unexpected events happened, at least the surprise in the announcer's voice told us that these were unexpected. And that was 2 groups of people displaying, here we see an odd-looking flag with vertical stripes of people who were protesting the arrest of Dwight Hammond that had precipitated the occupation. And then so here you can see that there's a myth on the internet that this is some sort of alternative flag that's
kind of anti-federalist flag.
Yeah. But at any rate, and then a truck that had the similar kind of things. What?
Did I see President Schill on one of those horses?
we weren't going to mention that, but
next year.
But anyway, so it was interesting to see this, and so this is a group that we do want to represent all voices, because I'll let Stephanie explain what we're going to do with all of these interviews in a second, but we're wanting to represent all voices to really show the full range of perspectives on the public lands. So when we return, we will actually seek out some representative voices of people who are upset with the federal presence on public lands, but we know from what we gathered in visiting Harney County that they are not the majority voice, so we don't want to give them more credit than they're due. Anyway, we're applying for lots of funding from various people, and we have a fieldwork schedule for the future. What we plan to produce is a co-authored book out of this called To Speak of Common Places, in which we recorded all of these interviews using professional filmmakers who've done the recording for us, and we will take the transcripts from that to produce a book that gives their voice and sets it all within historical and literary context. and then what we call the living map of Oregon's public lands, which will be a digital map. And I'll let Stephanie explain that a bit.
Yeah, I mean, both projects are collaborative projects, and both will utilize our student input in addition to the input from the interviewees that we have spoken through over the 3 years that we're conducting the process. The living map of Oregon's public lands is an interactive digital map, so it's an archive that will appear as a website. We're taking the professional filmmakers' work that's already been done, some of it really beautifully crafted interviews, and we're going to have those interviews available on the map located in the site where the interview took place. The point of the living map is actually and we're hoping that cities, municipalities, different organizations, NGOs, and others will link to the map. And the point of the map is really to give the people who participated in the project their own book, to kind of let them know that this is a book that's publicly accessible to them and to others, and it's a kind of book that is a sort of collage of different views about the public lands, about the meaning of the public, about the meaning of what it is to be an Oregonian in this particular moment. A lot of the interviews were very emotional. People have very strong attachments to place in this state, and they really want to talk about what those are and how those play out. And so the living map will be a way of producing a kind of book-like structure that has very ready accessibility to everybody who was involved and to give back to them. Other ways of giving back that we have imagined and already approved with our communities is that we're going to be going back into those communities at least twice. We're not just doing a sort of hit and run where we do one set of interviews. We're going to continue to go back, and we're going to stage public conversations that are guided by them and what they feel are their needs in their specific communities. So we're very much looking forward to those community conversations. And again, to just, showing our good faith as a public institution in this state in all of the people that make our work possible.
Are there questions for?
Yes, I have a couple of points. I don't know if you're familiar. Alan Ford work. We have our foundation. We do a lot of work in rural communities. And I guess the concern I hear, I think the environmental portion of rural Oregon is important, but I think it's much bigger than that. We're going through a cultural change. I think we all realize that. Rural Oregon is under, tremendous tension from economics, whatever, and certainly there's a growing, I call it the urban-rural divide. Mm-hmm. I mean, people are polarized, they're very defensive, and I really appreciate you reaching out, and I think as a role of the University of Oregon, whether it's bigger than that, because I think we're talking cultural issues, it's huge. And so again, I applaud you reaching out like this, but I really question whether or not there's something bigger here than just, encapsulating it in the term environmentalism and the relationship to public lands.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually, and I think one of the things we discovered as we did our first set of interviews was that the term environmentalism dropped out. It isn't that we don't want to talk about environmental questions, and we are focusing on the public lands, but of course there are many different ways of using the public lands, there are many different ways of interacting with the public lands. Not everybody involved in public lands use is happy with the way that's progressed over time. So we've talked a lot about cultural issues, about issues of faith, about the kinds of communities that people are developing in response to economic hardship, the sorts of community organizations that have come into being. I think it is much bigger than the environment. And I mean, I felt very educated by them, by the people we were talking with, about how to rethink some of the rubrics that are commonplace within a university setting, but may not be applicable or useful to people outside of it. So, I think that's a really important interchange and a way that maybe helps us to reform our own teaching to a certain degree to be more relevant to our students, particularly our rural students.
Have we shared this with your Congress?
My Congress?
Your Congress.
Happened to work for him once. I don't know. He's
it's near and dear to his
he's
heart.
referring to Congressman Walden and whether you've had a chance to update his staff, me and his staff on it. And if not, we should connect you with Betsy Boyd to make sure to do that.
He's very interested in exactly that subject.
We have not connected with any political actors particularly, so that would be useful to us.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
To do that. But I will also add to what Stephanie just said that one of the things that I think we will discover, because I know this will be true when we go and interview people around the Willamette National Forest, is that some of the rural people who've been demonized as being anti-environmentalists are indeed not at all. They are, they love the outdoors, they love hunting and fishing and all kinds of activities that loggers were at the forefront of setting aside the Three Sisters Wilderness Area and the Olympic National Park. And we just had a particular presentation that the History Department sponsored on this very subject in a history pub here in Eugene on Tuesday. And it really, the crowd was a group of people who were small logger, people from small, logging communities that totally understood the desire to protect old-growth forests while at the same time understanding that we also need wood in order to have our furniture and whatever. Yeah. And we understand that, and so letting them articulate that and educate environmentalists, for that matter, about how there is a lot more in common than they think, and there is common ground. We're hoping that to help people to discover a middle ground that takes us from the impasse about jobs versus the environment. We don't think that is the real issues that are involved, and we're hoping to help people move beyond that kind of discourse.
Wonderful. Yeah. Are there more questions?
I apologize. One more question. I think the statement you just made about the fact we're seeing people, I would say, being more rational and starting to talk to each other and communicate. I would certainly hope that, I think the environmental movement has changed dramatically over the years as there's been a lot of progress made. And I really think University of Oregon has a real edge on things from the standpoint of promoting what I call sustainability. Mm-hmm. I think sometimes we don't really have a very good definition of sustainability. But I do appreciate the university. I think the School of Architecture is reaching out to the School of Forestry at Oregon State in terms of, carbon, really efficient use of wood and other activities. And I would just hope there's more of a positive story here that I think sometimes the public sees in this debate. And I would hope the university could step forward in that positive arena.
Yeah, we feel very, it's hard to be fully on optimistic, but I think we're very hopeful because it seems like sometimes it's just rhetoric that divides us rather than substance and practice. And I also think there's a new movement within academia to take heed of traditional knowledges. Sometimes traditional knowledges are associated with Native American communities, but they're also associated with farming communities, with ranching communities, with anybody who works the land. And we have quite a few of those kinds of communities here in Oregon. We have a lot to learn from them about sustainability, all those groups. And I think we really can talk with each other when we're holding a common passion for our lands. So we feel, hopeful that we can envision a future going forward that isn't just about division, misunderstanding, and political sort of stymie, right?
Yes.
So.
Thank you.
Terrific. Any other questions? This is wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you.
Are we going to go to David now? David, we're ready. All of you know David Conover. David's going to talk to us, give us the annual report for research and innovation.
That's correct. Thank you, and
thanks for your patience, David.
And thank you for enduring quite a long session here without a break. I came here 15 months ago as the new Vice President for Research and Innovation because I was so excited about the new direction that the President wanted to take us in terms of expanding our research enterprise. And 15 months later, I'm just as excited, or even more so, regarding the direction we're headed in. So I want to tell you a little bit about that. So what I'm going to... we don't have this going on yet.
Might be a project here for your innovation group.
What? Great. There we go. Good. Here's the box. So what I'll be doing is giving you an overview of our research metrics for FY17, sort of a snapshot of what our portfolio looks like. I'm going to be highlighting some of the major new awards that came in during FY17 and the faculty who acquired those awards. I'm going to be doing some benchmarking to compare our research portfolio to other research universities. And then I'm going to be looking forward to what I think we have coming, a very bright future ahead of us. Before I get into that, I want to address a question I'm often asked, which is, what does the Vice President for Research actually do? You know what the president does. You know what the provost does. It's a little bit more obscure what actually a Vice President for Research is responsible for. So I'm going to describe that by looking at the org chart for my office. And I'll try to go through this fairly quickly, but the lowest box over to the left, our Research Development Services Office. That office helps faculty identify funding sources and also helps them create their proposals, helps put teams of faculty together to address interdisciplinary opportunities for research. The next office, Sponsored Programs, that's the office that actually submits the proposals on behalf of the institution, negotiates with external sponsors, and then manages the awards that we actually receive. Research compliance deals with all of the federal rules and regulations that relate to the conduct of research, things like the use of humans in research, the use of vertebrate animals in research, the financial conflicts of interest that underpin research. That office deals with all those issues, and we have a responsibility to the federal government when we accept those awards to make sure that we're following the rules and regulations laid out by OMB. The next office there is our Innovation Partnership Office. That's the office that deals with all the technology transfer issues. Whenever our faculty discover something that might have commercial value, they then interact with that office to pursue possibilities for patents and commercialization. Then I have a Finance and Business Office and an office that helps support undergraduate research opportunities, and you heard some of the undergraduates yesterday that benefit from the services provided by this office. The next box over there is our Core Facilities Office. We have our group of core facilities. There are 9 different core facilities that provide the infrastructure that supports research on this campus. Just to name a few, we have one that deals with our aquatic animals, which is mostly our zebrafish facility, our terrestrial animals, which mostly houses our mouse research facility. We have high-performance computing, our MRI, genomics, CamCore, many different kinds of instruments and facilities that support the research of the office. One thing I want to mention at that next level is my executive team. I have what I call the dream team of faculty that help us run this office. There are 5 faculty who are associate vice presidents in my office, and they are Kaz Mosley, Bill Cresco, Leslie Lev, Jim Hutchison, Andrew Nelson, and Kaz Mosley. And I think these are names that you've probably heard because not only are they helping us run the research office, every one of them are also running their own major research programs. So that makes sure that the services we're providing are truly assisting faculty because these are both customers as well as providers. I also have a research advisory board, a group of about 16 faculty who also provide input on the services being provided by my office. And then there are 17 interdisciplinary research centers and institutes, which I'll be referring to a little later. These are groups of faculty that are like-minded in terms of their research interests, and most of these centers are interdisciplinary, so they cross college and school and departmental boundaries. And that's the reason why they report to a central office such as mine rather than through a dean's office. So that's a quick overview of what my office is all about. So now let me give you a blueprint of our productivity during the FY17 fiscal year. So in that year, we submitted 973 proposals, our faculty did. And those proposals requested $163 million in support. During FY17, we managed 560 existing awards, And we received new awards that totaled $115 million. Our expenditures on research were about $111 million across the entire campus, and $76 million of those were expenditures on research. The others were expenditures on projects that deal with outreach or instruction or providing services, and I'll give you an example of that in just a moment. And we recovered about $22 million in F&A. That's facilities and administrative costs, sometimes referred to overhead. And it's those dollars that essentially operate my office, provide the funding for my office, and those are also the funds we use to invest back in the research infrastructure of the university. Now, I'm going to go through some graphics that illustrate the sources of our support. This first one illustrates that about 81% of our funding comes from the federal government, about 11% from the state, and then lesser amounts from several other industry foundations and other categories. Now, I want to drill down into that federal piece of the pie. There are 3 agencies where the bulk of those federal funds come from. They are NIH at 37%. That's National Institutes of Health. The Department of Education has 24% of that federal funding, and the National Science Foundation is 23%. And then a variety of other federal agencies comprise the rest of our federal support. I show this so you understand that that means we are, as many universities, we are very sensitive to changes in the federal funding agencies that affect NIH, NSF, and in our case, the Department of Education. We're rather unusual in that our College of Education is very research-oriented. We get a lot more money from the Department of Education than almost any other research university. There's only a handful that we're in the same ballpark with. We're in the top 5. So we are we very closely monitor, and we strongly advocate for continued funding for these agencies because our faculty depends so heavily on support from these sources. So how do our metrics that I just shared with you compare with previous years? So this graph illustrates research. The bars are our research expenditures in any given fiscal year going back a little more than a decade. What I will point out to you is that you'll see that there is a peak sort of in the middle of this time period and then a gentle decline after that. The peak is in about 2011. That peak is a result of the Obama economic stimulus plan that was launched in 2009. So the expenditure starts showing up about 2 years after that stimulus plan was put into effect. I'd like to point out that our most recent year, 2017, shows that I think we're beginning to rebound in our total expenditures, and I'll come back to that later in my presentation. That line that's going up and coming down above the bar chart there, that line is tracking total federal expenditures on R&D. And what I want you to see is that that increase and then the decline pretty closely mirrors the levels of funds at the federal level. And so basically we are constrained by the pipeline of funds that the government releases for research. And that's part of the reason why we are very active in a conversation with the members of the executive branch as well as members of Congress about the importance of sustaining federal funding. Because it will have an effect right here on our campus and on campuses all over the nation. Now I want to highlight some of the departments, first the academic departments that are responsible for bringing in the lion's share of our support. So here I'm highlighting the amount of funding coming into various departments based on the PI's academic home, in other words, where their tenure line sits. And what I'll draw your attention to is that these are all the departments that are bringing in more than $3 million a year in external support, or I should say awards in FY17. And they're all either in the College of Arts and Sciences or in the College of Education. The number 1 department in FY17 was our biology department at $22 million. The number 2 department was special ed and clinical sciences in the College of Education. I might point out that a member of your board, Laura Lee, is the head of that department. Thank you, Laura Lee, for
We'll
bringing
get
those
biology
names.
next time.
Yeah. You got a little ways to go, but keep going for that. Try to exceed biology. Actually, this is part of the reason we like to make public these kinds of data so that departments know where they rank and strive to actually get ahead on our list. Chemistry for FY17 was third on the list, then psychology, and you can see the others. I won't walk through each one of them. Next, though, I want to highlight the awards that are coming into those research centers and institutes that report through my office. So many of our faculty have two homes. They have a home in an academic department, but their research home is in one of these centers and institutes. So this shows how much money those centers and institutes are bringing in. Our big institute, in terms of external funding, is the Institute of Neuroscience. That's led by David McCormick and Chris Doe. At $13.6 million in new awards they brought in FY17. They are also members of the biology department, so that's part of the reason why biology shows up so high as the department. The next highest one is one of our oldest institutes, and one of the first institutes of molecular biology in the nation, led by Ken Prohoda, $9.4 million last year. Prevention Science Institute is led by Beth Stormshacker at $7.1 million, and Material Science Institute at $6.1 million, and you can see the others there as well. Now I want to highlight some of the individual faculty who were successful in achieving a large and noteworthy awards. First one at the top of this list is Judy Newman and Valerie Close, who run the EC Cares program. This is a program that provides early childhood services to children all over Lane County. It's funded by the State of Oregon Department of Ed. It's an $11 million award, and it is one of the principal means by which we have an impact on the community. The University of Oregon has a very important impact on the community through this program, and it's our largest single award in FY17. Next is an award received by Leslie Lev in the Prevention Science Institute from NIH, Genetic Environmental Influences on Children's Health. And I'm not going to march through the others in order to save a bit of time, but these are the faculty and the units that they come from that received our largest awards in the FY17. Next, though, I want to make a strong point that the value of an award in terms of scholarship is not simply indicated by how much money it is. That's one way to scale top awards. But there are many disciplines for which funding is less readily available, and in which disciplines in which a lot of scholarship can be done at a lot lower cost. So here I'm highlighting 5 awards that are in the humanities, social sciences, and professional schools that are of special note. So Laura Lannenhand is an assistant professor in our business school who has an NSF grant to look at how emerging researchers get started. We have an award in our economics department from the National Science Foundation about coordination and agent-level learning, George Evans and Bruce McGough. There's a very nice award in the law school from the Department of Justice on supporting a domestic violence clinic. Award that our social scientists in the Institute for Sustainable Environments have received from the Department of Interior. And then Dan Tickner, one of our political scientists, with a very nice award from the National Endowment for the Humanities on politics, inclusion, and exclusion. Inclusion. Those are faculty that won big awards in the current fiscal year, at FY17. Of course, many of our faculty have awards over multiple years, and the best way to demonstrate their contributions to our research is to look at the expenditures that can be attributed to faculty that have multiple awards. So that's what I'm showing here. And our biggest single PI in terms of expenditures on awards is Judy Newman, who runs the EC Cares program. But then next highest is Monty Westerfield, who is one of our zebrafish biologists who had $7 million in expenditures in this year across 7 different awards that he's received over the previous several years. Robert Horner in the College of Education, $4.4 million over 5 different awards that he's managing at the same time. Karen Gilliman, who you've heard from before, another one of our biologists who uses zebrafish as an organism, $3.2 million in expenditures across 8 different awards that Karen's a PI or co-PI on. Phil Fisher in psychology and Judith Eisen, also another zebrafish person, round out the list of PIs with more than $2 million of expenditures. And I want to highlight these people because these are really the people that are putting our expenditure numbers at higher and higher levels. Yesterday we talked about student research, so I have a slide here that illustrates how much of these dollars are going to support students. So across all the awards that we are administering, there's about $1 million that supports undergraduates that are associated with these research projects. About $4 million directly pays for the salaries of graduate students. There's about another $500,000 or more that deals with other types of costs that related to research. And then on top of that, there's about another $200K that my office and a few other offices provide as fellowships to undergraduates. So that sums to close to $6 million in support directly for students associated with our research projects. I also want to just give you a quick summary of our metrics that in the realm of innovation. So in FY17, we received $9 million in licensing revenue. About 80% of that is in the College of Education, and it represents revenue on copyrighted material that school systems all over the nation use. Our faculty came to our tech transfer office with 28 disclosures in FY17. That means they came forward with something they think has commercial value, and they come to our tech transfer office to get an evaluation of that potential. We submitted 13 patent applications in FY17, and we had 5 patents issued. And we also produced 4 startup companies in FY17. Now I have a couple of slides that benchmark our numbers compared to other institutions. Every year, almost every university in the nation reports to the National Science Foundation these sorts of data, their expenditures on research awards. And the National Science Foundation puts this together into a survey. It's called the HERD Report, Higher Education Research and Development Survey. And what it does is rank universities based on the total expenditures on research that they have experienced. And those rankings are used by many as an indicator of both the quantity and quality of the research that goes on a given campus. And the AAU is one of the organizations that looks very closely at these expenditure numbers as an indicator of quality. And why is it an indicator of quality? Well, it's because that it's specifically the federal expenditures on research that they look at, because access to federal money depends on faculty writing proposals, and they essentially compete with faculty all over the nation for funds at NIH or NSF that are competitively awarded through a peer review process. So the more successful our faculty are at competing for those awards, it's an indicator of where we stand compared to our peers. So this graph shows our ranking starting from 2003 through 2015. And we, back in the early portions of this time period, were ranking around 119 compared to other universities across the nation. We got up to as high as 105. The last couple of years, we've started to drop off a little bit. Now, I'm showing you this data because it reflects the past. It sets the baseline for where we are now. I'm very optimistic that in the next few years going forward, we're going to see a sharp upward bend in our ranking because of all the investments we're making in research. And I'll come back to that in just a moment. But this is where we stand. This is where we stand as of now, around 110 to 115 in that range, rank us compared to other universities. Just to benchmark our metrics in innovation that I showed you earlier, here we have scaled our licensing revenue and our other metrics relative to our research dollars. Most of the innovations come from the research that's being conducted. So if you look at our metrics relative to our peers and relative to how much research money we expend, we're ranked within AAUs, number 5 among AAUs in licensing revenue per research dollars. Disclosures per research dollar, we're ranked in FY7. Oh, this is FY15, I should say. Most recent report by the AUTM. We're ranked 29th in disclosures per research dollar in the AAU, 42nd in patent applications, and 46th in patents per research dollar. So scaled to how large our research operation is, we're very highly ranked in terms of our innovation metrics. I want to give you, I've been talking about FY17. We're 5 months into FY18, so I'm going to give you a little preview as to how FY18 looks in terms of expenditures. The yellow bars on this graph are federal expenditures on research. The green bars are total expenditures. And I'm happy to report that in FY18, we're up a little bit in federal expenditures, and we're up even more in FY18. Now, this is looking at the first 5 months of FY18 compared to the first 5 months of 15, 16, and 17. So we're comparing the same time period. And we're in a, I wish we were up even more, but I'm at least pleased to say that we're up so far in FY18. And again, I think these numbers in future years will really be going up. And here's the reason I'm going to say that. We have made a lot of investment in the research infrastructure since Mike Schill's arrival here at the University of Oregon. You've heard about the institutional hiring plan, and you know about the cluster hiring process, part of which, the premise of which, was that we would be hiring in areas where there is federal funding for research. Our data science initiative is not just important in terms of this is a cutting-edge area of science. It's also a place where funding agencies are investing their money. So that's going to help us increase our research expenditures. All the new faculty we've been hiring, both at the senior and the junior level, the 47 net increase in faculty, that's 47 more people writing proposals. That's going to help turn our trajectory upwards. The new facilities we're building, the new high-performance computing facility that we just launched on Tuesday, formally launched, with an investment that Mike Schill, one of the first investments he made when he came was in high-performance computing. That's going to help us attract more faculty and support the infrastructure that we need. We're launching an imaging core facility in the next year. Jesse talked about the high-speed connectivity that we are building for this campus to get us a high-speed connection to large data centers and other research facilities. We've invested about 50. I asked Mike Harwood to give me a subtotal of all the capital improvements. How many of those improvements were focused on lab renovations that will support research? $55 million in investment in renovations to support the infrastructure. Patrick talked about our new partnership with OHSU. That's also going to help us open up new opportunities for externally funded research. And all of that, major investments that's going to really increase our transformational research enterprise. And I haven't even started talking about the night campus, which adds even more to that, which Patrick just covered. I will go over this fairly quickly, but my office is launching a strategic plan that mostly focused on operational aspects of supporting research. To save a little time, I'm not going to march through all the things we're doing. There are 48 different action items that we've developed, and we're already moving forward on 28 of them. This plan is to make sure that we capitalize on all these investments we're making. I think I'll skip over this. This basically shows you the life cycle of a project and where our strategic plan is going to be most focused. So we're going to really focus on diversifying the sources of funds that we go after. We're going to really be focused on launching more large proposals, which our Proposal Development Office will provide. Now, as Angela tells me that anything over $5 million is an award that I need to officially notify the board about. So this year, in my report, there's only one of those, the $11 million EC Cares Award. In the future, I expect that that when I do these reports, we will have multiple awards of larger than $5 million as we start to work with the new faculty that we have through our Research Development Office. And then on the research administrative bottleneck side, reducing those bottlenecks, we're now looking at vendors that can provide to us an electronic integrated system that brings all the aspects of research administration into one software framework, which will greatly streamline the processes we currently have in terms of research operations. Looking ahead, I mentioned that we're very dependent on federal funding levels that are allocated by Congress. There was a great deal of alarm earlier this year when the president's budget came out, and as you can see from these numbers, the president's request for NIH was a $7 billion reduction from what it was in the previous year. But I'm happy to report that Congress is not going along with any proposed reductions in R&D from the president's office. And in fact, in the House and Senate budgets that are yet to be voted on, they actually put more money into NIH than was awarded in FY17, and they are sustaining the levels of funding for NSF and the Institute of Education Sciences in the Department of Ed. And those are the three agencies that we get most of our funding from. Last thing I want to mention is the importance of telling our story, and I talked a little bit about this yesterday. The funds that we used, that we get from the federal government, are taxpayer funds. And I strongly believe that as a public institution that receives public funds to do research, we have a responsibility to communicate to the public about the value of the work that we bring, the value to society of the work we do, and how we use those funds to benefit society. We are becoming very proactive on this campus in the realm of science communication, which is about trying to get the public to understand the benefits of science, of technology, and the nation's investments in those areas. My office works very closely with the communications office to do stories, press releases about the discoveries that we make. The School of Journalism is launching a science communication academic program. We have a branch of the Alan Alda Center for Communicating Science that gives training to our faculty in how to speak in a public forum. The Knight campus is highlighting science communication as part of their framework. We have had a huge increase in the number of faculty that are writing op-ed articles in media outlets all across the nation. Earlier last month, we held an Innovation Day for the first time on our campus that garnered a great deal of both public and internal support for innovation activities. And our faculty are also doing quack chats and pub talks where they talk with the public about the discoveries they are doing. And we've long had a tradition of a Run with the Researcher program, which is also a form of public outreach. So I've finished everything I want to cover. And my take-home points for you are we are truly transforming the research enterprise on this campus. And it'll take a couple of years before this transformation starts to show up in our metrics. Because we've had a net increase of 47 faculty. But when those faculty come, it takes them a year or two to be successful in winning proposals. And then when the award gets set up, about a year after the proposal goes in, and then the expenditures start about a year after that. So there's about a 2 to 3 year lag, but we'll start to see the changes that we're making, increasing our ranking across the nation. I'm confident of that in the next couple of years. The Knight campus is going to add even more to that. And I think we're poised to really be moving up to a much higher level of excellence on the national scale in the years ahead. If you want to see the full report, here's the link, and I think there's a link in your materials to look at our full FY17 report. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
David, thank you. I love your enthusiasm. That's terrific. And it sounds like progress is being had. If you go to your third slide.
You want me to go back to that?
Yep, which showed the sources, I think it was the third one, that showed the sources
This is the third one.
Yes.
Federal, yeah.
In light of what we are going to do at the Knight Center,
Yeah.
and in light of the faculty that we're hiring, do you have a plan, do we have a plan for pursuing funding sources other than state and federal more aggressively?
Yes, that is part of the strategic plan we're developing, and we're going to be revamping our research development office to focus more specifically on reaching out. I think the sources of support that the Knight campus is going to help us with, you could see that industry is a very tiny sliver here. We need to grow that sector of our funding support. Foundations is a somewhat larger source, but we can be working more aggressively at seeking foundation support. I think those are the two areas that we can grow larger.
Is that under your leadership, pursuing the foundations and corporate?
Yes, that's part of the mission of our office, is to aggressively pursue these. Now, each of the schools and colleges and the Knight campus do that as well. But we work in a collaborative fashion with our schools and colleges to help them and the faculty in those areas seek funding, and we'll be working very closely with the Knight campus. Our office will be providing the research administration services for the Knight campus. So we're going to be working very closely with Bob Goldberg and the team that he will build over the next few years. Laura Lee.
This is great. I love seeing the metrics. It's really helpful to have our baseline and to, I think everyone really feels your enthusiasm and the enthusiasm that your executive leadership team has. And of course, getting the word out to faculty and engaging with faculty and encouraging them to, write more proposals, collaborate with people that they wouldn't otherwise collaborate with so they can develop larger applications, and really looking at maybe more than one $5 million award. It takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of effort and commitment and motivation. Most people don't get grants funded the first time they submit, and so that persistence, that grit. And I appreciate what your office is doing in terms of revamping the research development services and really helping faculty pre-award and, of course, post-award and so on. I'm just wondering, we have these lofty goals of increasing our expenditures. What conversations are you having within your office or with academic deans to sort of incentivize these activities such that they really become priorities for all of us? This isn't just a couple of departments or a couple of research centers or institutes. This is all of us, because if we can increase the research and scholarship footprint, it benefits students, it benefits the student experience, it makes us sort of uniquely Oregon to include our undergraduates and our graduate. I mean, it enhances our community, our state, our economic, footprint in our state. And so in thinking about, I'm a faculty member, why should I do this? Of course I do this because I'm into it, but not everybody is going to be that motivated. What incentives are you thinking about?
Right, so let me just answer that by starting with, if you ask any president of any research university, what's the number one job for the vice president for research? It's to increase research expenditures, particularly from the federal government. Mm-hmm. If you try to tell the faculty that's their motivation, that'll fall like a brick. Because the faculty are not going to internalize the fact that our stature as a university is in part reflected by our expenditures, doesn't translate to them as individuals. What motivates faculty to submit proposals is the scholarship they want to accomplish. And what gets in their way are administrative burdens or the difficulty of putting together these large interdisciplinary proposals that are greater than $5 million. A proposal like that can be 200, 300 pages long. It requires work that starts at least 12 months before the deadline. You really have to form a team. You have to have internal review of that proposal. So what we are trying to do is to make sure that our office is there to support the aspirations of the faculty, but their aspiration is always going to be the scholarship, the advancements in knowledge, the discoveries that they want to make. So we need to capitalize on that desire to be a leading scholar in their area of discipline. Now, with respect to, I would say, though, that with respect to department heads, institute directors, deans, I glossed over this, but part of the strategic plan is to, on a regular basis, provide each of those academic units with their individual research metrics. So each department head knows how many proposals have your faculty written this quarter? How many have they been awarded? Who are the ones that are the leaders? Because a big premise in terms of moving forward is that we reward departments, centers, institutes that are being successful and being very proactive. That's where we should be making our investments. And those departments, units that are not carrying their load, given what discipline they're in, scaled to what discipline they're in, those are ones where we might not make as much investment. So I think recognizing success and rewarding success is another way of motivating people.
David, do all units on campus qualify for the idea under research, foreign language, art, English? We just heard from English with a probably on a smaller proposal, but with a broader definition of research, if it's getting grant funded or foundation funded, does that qualify? And how do you encourage those that don't necessarily think about it that way?
Right. So our research development service offices do reach out to faculty in the arts and humanities. In fact, over the last several years, there's been a concerted effort to see more awards going into a National Endowment for the Arts, National Endowment for the Humanities, and other private foundations that support the arts and humanities and the social sciences, because the federal government doesn't do a great job of doing that. We do, any award that is submitted by any of our faculty in any of the disciplines runs through my office. And I really have a dual role as the Vice President for Research, at least that's the way I view it. Part of it is about managing the externally sponsored research, but the other part of it is I'm the Chief Research Officer for the university, and our office needs to support research across the entire campus. And we do so for instance, if one of our faculty in the English department happens to be doing a research that involves humans in that research, whether it's funded or not, our IRB, our Institutional Review Board, provides those services so that those faculty are engaging in research on humans in a way that's expected due to the rules and regulations we have to follow. So yeah, we support research across the entire campus.
One question, Connie.
David, great presentation. Thank you. You're a busy guy. Help me understand how the proceeds from the tech transfer function work. Did I see $9 million?
That's correct.
And what happens to those dollars? Where do they go? Do they go back to invest in the research department? Are they unrestricted for the university?
Yeah, I can tell you exactly where they go.
And tell us a little bit more about if you could do something to amp that function up. Is it what will it take? Do we have so many good ideas out there we just can't get them out, or what would it take if you wanted to increase that?
Let me answer the first part of your question first. How are those revenues split? If it's a patent-based invention, the rule we follow here, and this is the rule that was in place even before I arrived, is 1/3 of those revenues would go to the inventor personally, 1/3 goes to the academic unit that person is in, and 1/3 comes to my office to make future investments. If it's a copyright-based product, as many of those in the School of Education are, 50% goes to the authors of that document, and 25% to the academic unit, and 25% to my office. So that's how it's split. And what that means is that many, especially in the College of Education, many of the authors of those materials, rather than keep that money personally, they invest that back in their department. So essentially, in the College of Education, about 75% of that revenue is supporting further research in the college. Now, how could we get even more? Our office pushes every discovery we can as best we can. We do have programs like Lens to the Market, where we give training to our graduate students and junior faculty in how to think about commercializing, taking an idea and commercializing it. There are a number of state organizations like ONAMI, which focuses on nanotechnology, and Oregon BEST, which focuses on clean energy, and supports companies that emerge from universities and other places. And we are active participants in those entities that help startup companies get going. I think that the whole one of the main premises of the night campus is that we will be bringing in faculty that are in that interface between discovery and application, and that's going to help us translate a lot of the research that we're doing into products and things that benefit society and also bring in revenue. So that's one of the underlying principles of the night campus that's going to help us terrifically in this realm of technology transfer.
In the interest of time, we're going to have to move on. Thank you so much, David. It's a great presentation. Love hearing that. So as we bring up Brad Shelton, and I think Scott Pratt is in on this with our provost, just want to say we're going to plow on through. If anybody needs to take a break, please don't be offended, speakers. They will be right back. And so we're going to have a topic now on academic excellence, something near and dear to our hearts in terms of understanding the metrics, the definition, the data, what we're achieving, how we're progressing, and what we're going to be looking at. Brett.
Thank you very much. Let me set the stage very quickly here. As you know, Mike, Schill, and I have been espousing academic excellence, and it's very important to know how to measure it. It's very important because we want to use it to plan for the future. We want to understand what impact we are having with our research and our teaching. We want to hold ourselves accountable. We want to make sure that we allocate resources properly and we sort of make sure that our decisions are right. And finally, it's ultimately all about UO values itself. And a lot of what we do depends on making sure that we make the right decisions. And the two presenters here are my dear colleagues who have been working hard on it. Brad has been working at it for years now, and Scott has joined him in the last year or so as a graduate school dean and now in the provost's office. And together they have thought about it, and they will give us a brief summary of where they are right now. It's all yours.
Thank you very much. I think we're the only thing standing between you and lunch. So I will talk fast and rely on you to ask questions when appropriate. Here is a completely irrelevant agenda. Here is our overview of what we're doing. We're going to talk a little bit about why metrics are valuable. We're going to give you a progress update on the generation of various different types of metrics, and actually show you some values of the new operational metrics that will be the context for a lot of our decision-making, our budgetary decision-making, like the institutional hiring plan. You're up. Right.
So the purpose of the metrics overall is to provide us a way to understand excellence at a research university. And to make that sort of understandable, we turn to President Schill's definition of excellence, as you can see, that looks at the sort of concrete results of the stuff that we do as faculty and researchers at the University of Oregon. We want research to be something that's nationally recognized. We want teaching that challenges students, as you can see, to stretch themselves. We need to have advising and opportunities for engagement that support and facilitate on-time graduation. This is that student success component that we talk about. And we want a diverse and respectful environment in which all of this can be accomplished. In order to achieve that, we need to make sure that our faculty and our programs that surround them are ones that can support that kind of endeavor.
So our metrics will support all of our decision making, our planning for the future, understanding the impact of our research, as you just saw in the previous presentation, and allow us to hold ourselves accountable, both centrally and in our various units. And of course, allocating resources is something that should always be metric-driven. Ours have been metric-driven, but we're switching to a very different kind of metric for understanding our resource allocation. So let me start with our operational metrics. And I have one of those slides that likes to come on slowly. The most important thing for me, for you to understand, is that the operational metrics that I will put out, will show to everyone, will use for decisions, are context. They are not measurements of excellence. They are measurements of the business of the institution, and they allow us the context in which to talk about how to achieve excellence and impact. They do not directly drive our decisions. We have two categories of operational metrics. Each metric is computable at any level. Level means program, department, division, college, school, and in the entire university. Some of our metrics can actually be calculated at the level of the individual faculty member, but that's not something that we do very often. And we're going to track all of our metrics in 5-year time series. After we've been doing this for a year or two, we'll start using some rolling averages so that we smooth things out. So, our primary operational metrics break into two pieces. There are 3 workload metrics. Basically, we look at the average number of student credit hours taught by different types of instructional faculty. There's the tenure track faculty and there's the non-tenure track faculty. Of course, we expect to see non-tenure track faculty on the average teaching more student credit hours than tenure track faculty because that's their job. Most non-tenure track instructional faculty, they teach. That is the primary thing they do, whereas faculty only spend about half of their time or even less than half of their time teaching. And that will show up in the metrics. You'll see that. Also, the number of undergraduate majors in a given unit is another proxy for workload. All those undergraduate majors need to be advised, they need to be brought along, they often are writing theses and things like that. So it's a good proxy for how much work people are being asked to do on the instructional side of the institution. We also have these financial metrics that we're tracking. I can't share these with you today because I don't have the numbers yet, but I will have them very, very shortly. Type 2A expenditures is all of the instructional costs that are different from tenure track faculty, base salaries, or summer salary. That's a definition you've seen before, so I'm going through it very quickly. Type 3 expenditures are administrative costs. We're very careful with our administrative costs to use standard cost accounting principles and spread those costs across the individual units when we're doing the calculations. Same thing with staffing levels, as you'll see in a moment. Any question about the definitions of any of these metrics? They're really pretty standard things to take a look at. Secondary operational metrics basically come in 3 flavors. A little bit more about teaching workload. The percentage of expected courses taught in any unit is a good thing for us to track. So if there are 10 faculty members in a unit and each faculty member is supposed to teach 5 courses, then that would be 50 courses. That's the capacity. What we will see in general in that unit would be something like, well, those faculty members actually taught 42 courses, which would be 84% of the capacity. The goal is not to get to 100%. There are lots and lots of reasons why an individual faculty member in a given year might teach fewer courses than is described in that particular unit. It happens all the time, and it happens for very good reasons. The average and median undergraduate class size, I want to shout out to Chris Sinclair here, who added median to this, and it was a very good idea of his. Median is turning out to be a more interesting number than average, as I'll show you in a minute. Staffing. We're looking across the campus at staffing levels. How many faculty members is each staff person supporting? How many students is each staff person supporting? These are really important numbers. I will show you the university numbers in a minute. And then, I think, degrees awarded. Obviously, this is probably our most important instructional output measure. How many degrees are we generating? And we're going to measure that consistent with everything else as a fraction. How many degrees per faculty member in a given unit? Let me show you some values. Those primary operational metrics that I can show you now, first of all, we have the average student credit hours taught by faculty. What you'll see there is an average of around 500. That actually averages to 512. I need to tell you that our methodology for calculating FTE has been very difficult to obtain, and we have zeroed in on that methodology very recently. Because of that slight methodology change, the numbers that you see up there are going to go up. They're not going to go down. Up is good. More is better in this particular case. It's not a huge difference, but they will get a little bit higher. It turns out that calculating FTE is very, very difficult. You would think that we could just look into one of our computers and say, oh, Joe's FTE is 0.6. No, it doesn't work that way.
Is that undergrad and grad combined for student credit hours?
That is undergrad and grad combined. It counts every student credit hour that's taught by that person according to payroll. So an individual professor might have more than one number here, depending on who was paying. So somebody with a split appointment, for example, will show up in two different places. This is the entire university, so that's not an issue. But the way we are calculating these numbers is by payroll. What you see up there also is the average student credit hours per NTTF, which is a little over 800. So that 500, a little over 500 for TTF faculty, a little over 800 for NTTF faculty. That is roughly the ratio that you would expect. Okay? And then the number of undergraduate majors you notice is fairly flat number, while those other numbers actually tend to go up and down a bit. There's more volatility in those numbers than I expected. That was the first takeaway for me when I first saw these numbers. By the way, these numbers have never been calculated for this institution before.
Can you compare them to numbers outside the university?
I cannot compare these to numbers outside the university. In particular, that means that these numbers are really more valuable for tracking time. Are they changing? Are they getting better? Are they getting worse? Is really the question that we're trying to answer with those. These numbers also all designed to be comparable across units, but of course, when you compare across units, you have to do that in the context of the different businesses that those units run. I would fully expect the mathematicians to be teaching more student credit hours than the musicians because of the way in which instruction is delivered. So it's not a surprise when I see that.
If we went to another university that's, if we went to the University of Washington, would they know their data?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I suspect strongly, having spent time at the University of Washington, that the answer is no. And there are a few universities out there who are publishing similar data to this, but only a few.
And will our new IT system be able to facilitate us knowing these numbers?
We're working very, very hard to extract these numbers out of our system right now. As we do that, we identify certain operational changes, definitional changes that we need in our accounting system, and then we're working with folks from Jamie's office to help us do that so that in the future we can do these calculations very, very quickly. This has taken months of work by some very, very talented technical folks that I work with.
So, Jamie, we're unable to calculate a cash flow statement for music. I didn't pick business, which would be tougher, but...
Yeah, so we don't, I mean, we could certainly, how do I explain this? So first of all, two different issues. The issue that Brad was referring to on the FTE, it's not that Banner doesn't allow us to capture numbers. I think it's more, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it's more a question of are we defining them consistently across campus and having people enter them the way that we want to pull them out?
Yeah,
Is that accurate?
every position, every contract has a contractual FTE attached to it. But on the ground, when you look at the hours that people are paid for, there's a mismatch. Sometimes it's a little more, sometimes it's a little less. And it's due to the fact that there's so much swirl going on all the time. Laura Lee, you probably buy out part of your FTE on grants. But if we pulled Laura Lee's contract, it would say 1.0 tenure track faculty base contract. That's what the system would say. But then in reality, we have to use payroll to understand that in a given year, Laura Lee worked 0.6 FTE on the general fund. I'm making these numbers up. And 0.4 FTE on grants. So, and there's a huge amount of that swirl going on all the time.
And then
I mean,
the
these
second half
sound like administrative screw-ups as opposed to data management screw-ups. And that's the question I'm asking. Are we just lousy at administration
In no
and
way.
have a bad IT system, or are we...
Well, I hate to disagree with you quite vocally here, but I will disagree with you. This is not a screw-up. This is exactly what you want in a university.
We don't
This kind
want
of
accurate
swirl is a
data?
good thing in a university. That the fact that it's hard for us to calculate something is irrelevant. The fact that there's so much swirl is a good thing. It's a representation of how hard our people are working and all the amazing things that they're doing.
What you're saying is the most amazing thing I've heard in a couple of years. You're arguing that it's a strength that we don't know the data that report the real performance?
No, it will be a strength in the future that we know it. We have not tried to calculate these things in the past.
Maybe, Brad, what might be helpful, because I think it's hard sitting in the audience to understand the level of complexity on the FTE issue. So what Brad's not, we have, every contract says how much FTE somebody's working. That's all entered into Banner. Could you give an example of why this is complicated in the work that you guys are doing? Is there something you could share that might help people understand?
Right, so any given faculty member, for example, could be working under 3 or 4 different contracts, 3 or 4 different fund types at any given moment. And we see this all the time. Somebody could be doing part of their teaching over in academic extension. They could be on a grant part of the time. They could be on the general fund part of the time. They might be working for some designated operation like we have in American English Institute. The fact that we're optimally using that faculty member and spreading them across all these various different things, as I said, is a good thing, but it's really hard to keep track of. And our business system, which has been around for a long time, was not designed to track this level of complexity. So what we're having to do is reverse engineer in order to get that level of complexity out of the system. And as I said, it's taken months to do this, but in fact, we have done it. We have arrived at the answer.
We should keep moving on. Thank you.
Okay. Is that? The secondary operational metrics are also very interesting. If you look at the instructional FTE per staff FTE across the entire institution, what you see is that every staff member is supporting roughly three instructional FTE. Across the entire institution, meaning all of the schools and colleges, not including the central administration, just the schools and colleges, to my mind, that overall number is probably pretty good. When we look down into departments and into individual colleges, it's a completely different matter. We see that number varying a lot. We see it varying from 1 to 8 or 9. This is a big worry of mine, that we are not sufficiently staffed in many areas of the institution. And it is not efficient for us to be insufficiently staffed in certain areas. The work is there to do. If we don't have enough staff to do the work, then who does it? The faculty do it. And we don't really want our faculty doing this kind of administrative work for several reasons. A, they're not as efficient at it. B, they're not as good at it. And C, it costs a lot more. Majors per staff is another good measurement of, are we staffed at the right levels in various different areas? And again, we will see this vary enormously across campus. The overall number, I think, is not too bad. And then we come to class size. So this was the second thing that I saw that was very eye-opening to me when we finally looked at these numbers. Average class size is in this 32 range. That strikes me as reasonably healthy. But median class size has dropped to 18.
Shocking.
Last year it was 19, but 2 years before that it was 18. So I know everybody knows what this means, I just want to say it. That means that half of all the undergraduate classes that we teach are 18 or smaller. There's only one place where that's a good thing, and that's in our U.S. News and World Report ranking. Other than that, it's hard to say that 18 is a very healthy number from a financial point of view. So this is something I think we need to work at as an institution.
So how do we justify these numbers with everything we've heard about the bottlenecking and people trying to get into classes but they're full? If you look at these median numbers, it seems like, you could do cartwheels around in a classroom, they're so empty. I get that this is a median and there's probably wide variability, but what does this actually mean for us?
I think you'd find, if we studied the question, which I have not, but I believe you would find that those bottleneck courses are typically much larger. What we're seeing here is a lot of very small gen ed courses all over the place, a lot of very small upper division courses, and upper division courses should be smaller, yes. We're seeing multiple sections of courses when we don't really need multiple sections. So we could be collapsing some of these together.
So can we assume that one of the goals of the gen ed reform will be to address this? That'd be a nice thing.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a nice goal, but I think it's more a question for my colleague.
Of course, Scott.
And so I can just answer that question. I think, as I mentioned yesterday, we have 1,100 general education classes, and one of the consequences of that is we have a bunch of them that are really pretty small. And I think if we want to have a more focused general education, we need to do something that allows for fewer general education classes, which means our same number of students are going to be in fewer classes, and so the size will be larger. Not necessarily everyone should be a giant class or anything. I mean, we have some of those, but we should have classes that are of a healthy size, so there's good discussion and that sort of thing, and at the general level, that's important.
You would like to see the median around 30, 32?
No.
No. What would you like the median to be?
That's a very complicated question. Okay. Mike's favorite phrase is, that's complicated. I think that's actually a question that should be attacked both from a business point of view, from an efficiency point of view, but also directly from a curricular and instructional point of view. So I would not say I want it to be 32. I would not say I want it to be 27. I would be more than happy at any moment to do the analysis of what it means to raise that number to some point. What does it mean to the bottom line of the institution if we were to raise that? And every number it goes up, we can pretty much calculate exactly what it means to the bottom line.
Brad, the handout that we have in our book have slightly different figures.
Yeah, those were typos. And I corrected them to our most recent numbers.
But I think the thing about the median or even the average, and I don't find either one of those particularly helpful, because if we've got the Honors College and we're talking about how wonderful those small classes are. What I want for students is what I want for the Honors College. I want them to have all those benefits, whether they're of that SAT score or not. So what I want to know is how many of those 400 and 500 kid classes are there? What's the breakout across those 1,100, and what are the key ones that they have to be in? If they're all at 400 or 250, I don't think that's particularly good for anybody, or at least I'd like to hear the argument why that has become a good pedagogical forum for excellence, because that's what we're getting to. This isn't about budget right now, we need both, but the students come first, and then we got to pay for it, I think.
No, and I couldn't agree with you more. You're saying really important things. That experience that a student gets by being in a small class is really wonderful. And when it's the right context, when it's the right class, it can really set somebody's career in a different direction. It can have an unbelievable impact on them. But we have to teach a lot of classes to a lot of students. And there's a cost, a serious cost, to having a lot of our classes be this small. So to my mind, it's really a question about what's the appropriate ratio of classes that a student might take over their career that are really small?
So
what's the appropriate ratio that might be fairly large? Certain things are just very efficient to teach in big classes. I've taught business calculus to 500 students. It's just as good a class as if there's 100 students. And frankly, it's just as good a class as if there's 50 students.
So Brad, I guess one question I would have is, isn't it fair to say it depends on which pedagogy for the class? Because I used to teach negotiation. I loved having classes between 18 and 24 students. If I actually had fewer than 18 students, that took away from the dynamics in the class.
Absolutely. No,
so I would think it's more kind of for each type of class that we're trying to teach, what is the optimal size from a curriculum perspective? And I think what I've heard through this and others is we have a lot of them where that number may be higher than what is actually happening.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It would be great to, this is maybe the start, but to delve down and look at X number of classes, the 1,100, whatever. What are those metrics? What's the pedagogical, what are the right numbers for, as well as to who's teaching it? Because if you're in a 250-person class, and we're saying really ideally that should be a 25-person class, and then you just tell me, well, yeah, but they've got these colloquium or discussion groups with a GTF, that's, I love the GTFs, but they're not the same caliber teaching. So if those are key to get good teaching, it helps set those priorities. It seems to me.
I'm pleased to announce that the president's going to tell you the answer.
Oh, good.
No. I'm just going to. No, what I'm going to say is this is, obviously enormously, to use the word complicated here, because there is no one right answer. It's going to be different schools, different departments. And, every time I see the data, I learn something about the school, because when you think of a public university, you think of big classes, right? And indeed, that might be true for some public universities. We actually have pretty small classes with some big classes. But, when I talk to students, their big classes are smaller than some of my big classes at a really wealthy private university. So there's no one right way. I think the best we can say now is that what we're doing, the sort of numbers you're seeing, the sort of analysis we're just seeing today, is a culture change for our university, because we've never, number one, we haven't looked at things this way, and number two is we've never had the data or the systems to be able to look at them this way. So Brad's been working, a long time just to get the data. We haven't really dug into the data yet because it's still coming in. The metrics are still being done. But these will be great tools. But whenever you change culture, you run into, friction. And, you sort of saw some of that friction. And so at the speech that I was going to give but didn't, one of the things that the students were chanting was CEO shill. I mean, some of you may have read about that. And, so there's some discussion about whether that's even a bad thing or a good thing or whatever. But there is this, among some folks, there is a mindset that this is the sort of thing that you shouldn't be looking at, right? You shouldn't be looking at efficiencies, that it's all about only one thing, which is delivering quality. But if you do that, if you don't look at efficiencies, you can't deliver quality to anyone if we're going down the tubes in terms of money and resources. So it's a culture change for our faculty, for our administrators, but really also for our students to have us be thinking in this way. And again, we're never going to sacrifice quality, but we have to optimize quality and our ability to pay for that quality, because we're seeing as we increase tuition, there's going to be a point where we're reaching it where we're sloping. It's very hard to keep increasing tuition. And some of that, what these data also show us is, though, we probably have capacity to grow, right? Because the class sizes are pretty small. And so, it's just the real question at the end of the day is, what do we do with this data? Not what the data shows right now. And that's going to take some time to work through. And it's working through the unions, working through the faculty, working through the departments. But I think it's exciting that we have the data, and I think it's exciting that we're looking at this in a sensible way. Well, we'll see a year from now whether we're looking at it in a sensible way. We have the ability to look at it in a sensible way.
Can I ask a related question? When we do the analysis of do we need more classroom space, do we examine the possibility of reducing by some large number the very small sections and combining them?
We have not done that in the past. I believe that these numbers that you saw shine a light and say, probably we should.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably right.
We started this little presentation with the question of why metrics. This discussion is the answer to that question. You see one number, and all of a sudden, you're ready to go deep, deep, deep into complexities because that number doesn't seem right to you. Sorry.
I had a question. It kind of comes back to an earlier discussion we had when we were talking about the cluster concept. And it always seems to me we're really good at adding majors and courses and whatever, but do we have a discipline in place which ties a little bit these metrics, the ability and the discipline where appropriate to eliminate some of these programs? This is very dynamic. I know it's a touchy area and dealing with faculty, but do we have that discipline?
I actually believe that we do have that discipline. What we haven't had in the past is good metrics to back up those decisions. If we need the excellence metrics, the mission metrics, these operational metrics in order to understand the consequences of exactly such a decision, to make sure that we're picking the right decisions to make. But I actually do believe that today we have that discipline.
Okay.
And let me just add one more thing, and Scott knows this too, both because he formerly was involved with the union and is now having to deal with some of these issues on the other side. It's not easy to do that, right? You can sort of say, well, the data is pointing this way, right. But if you then make the decision, let's say we make a decision, it's easy for us to make the decision. We say, okay, this program's got to go, which it never is, right? We're in shared governance. We have to discuss these things. Implementing it faculty have rights. You know, it's a process. If you move too fast, you get grievances, and then you get lawsuits. You know, so you got to do it in the right way. I don't know, Scott, if you have anything you want to say about that.
And of course, it's also important to think of the students in all of this, right? Because we have students in process, right? So shifting the direction of the boat requires that we make sure we give notice, that we help the students who are in those processes to finish, and so on. So we have sunset rules, partly provided by the Higher Education Coordinating Council and so forth. So it takes some time to turn things. One thing I just wanted to note was we've seen some metrics, but we haven't seen them all. The operational metrics are really important stage setting, but we also have mission metrics that put some content around what we're doing. So when you think about class size, you have to think about it in terms of things like how we're graduating students, how we're getting them through majors, how we're accomplishing our research and graduate student goals, right? And so we've only seen part of the picture, and what you have to do is, of course, balance the operational stuff against the other things that have to do with how the quality of the education that we're offering.
On that point, in sort of moving along with what Alan was talking about, listening to you, President Schill, and also to your answer, Scott, what you seem to be confirming is that there's a titanic turn. There's a sluggishness. What Alan was talking about was right. We have we can say, wow, we need a degree in, sports and, inventing shoes, but how do we get rid of the things that we don't need anymore? So what that really demands, and I don't know what this will take, but it really is going to demand far-sighted planning that allows for the time, and far-sighted as in, I don't know if we're going to pull this trigger, but let's make sure we've done our homework on this, and let's not be surprised, because that sluggishness is actually a lack of nimbleness, and that lack of nimbleness at this moment is something we can't afford.
May I say something? At the risk of being slightly redundant, I think we are not talking at all about closing any programs or doing any damage or doing anything of the kind. But what all this teaches me as an outsider or as a newcomer to this place right now is that 1,000 courses with a median size that Brad is telling us about says that there is something not right here. And the least we can do is, if this is possible to do, is to look at what are the class sizes where there are fewer than, say, 15 undergraduates, and what are the class sizes in which there are, say, fewer than 7 or 8 graduate students, and just ask ourselves the question, what exactly is going on, how valuable are they, and make a list of things and look at it quickly and do what is right for the students, leaving aside the cost and leaving aside all the other attendant problems. And I'm really, really amazed at what Brad has actually created here, because it's a machine which gives us information, and we have to be very thoughtful not to hurt anybody with that information, but it's very useful information.
So the mission metrics that go along with this, right? So we have the operational stuff. Then we need to talk about sort of why we're here in the first place. Our point isn't simply to realize larger class sizes. That's not why you have a university. You have it here for the 3 categories of things that are on the chart, right? Teaching undergraduates, teaching graduate students, and doing research. We're a public research university. We have a broad mission that includes all 3 of these things. And so if we want to understand how we're doing, we have to understand it in relation to metrics that talk about these categories. And so what we've tried to do is generate a kind of definitional list, a list of what we can look at, what we can collect, and what is indicative of our quality of education and research that we can then use to balance with the operational metrics so that we can seek efficiencies, but also do it in a way where we don't lose quality of the institution, right? Because we could have lots and lots of big classes and be very efficient, but we may not actually end up delivering the kind of education we want to deliver. So we have to balance these 2 things in these 3 categories. We've already talked about why these things are essential. Planning for the future, as we know, is key. We need good information to be able to do that. And even in our sort of best moments, changing the 4-year graduation rate takes 4 years to see how we've done, right? So we need to know what we're anticipating. We need to get benchmarks along the way, but this is a process that involves really good planning and projections, benchmarks, but ultimately it takes time to make decisions. Remember that the average time to degree for a PhD student is 6 years, right? Even longer. And so we, as we're thinking about this stuff, we need metrics that tell us how we've been doing. We need to seek out benchmarks along the way, and then we need to apply those to the operational metrics to make sure that when we're adjusting things, we're doing it in a way that enhances our results and doesn't cut against them. So, faculty metrics. It's worth mentioning, people like to talk about the metrics. We talk about undergraduate, graduate metrics. We actually already have a set of metrics in place that people forget are metrics. And these are the standards for promotion and tenure and so forth that our faculty are subject to at all times. So I just wanted to enumerate these so you keep them in mind, right? These are things that are already in place. So the first one, promoting diversity in hiring, we annually provide departments and units with information about how we stand relative to our affirmative action goals. This year, we're incorporating that information into the institutional hiring plan, and that information is just now going out to the units. But as we think about hiring, part of the quality of the institution has to do with diversity. This is something that we integrate into the hiring process, and for the first time this year is actually going to be sort of handed out at the same time. The remaining three categories, these are things that are long-standing university standards. What it takes to get promoted and tenure in a department is a standard, is a metric. We know that faculty are successful because they meet the requirements of tenure and promotion. We need to revisit these things on a regular basis and so forth and make sure they keep up, but they're not nothing. These are the ways that we decide whether we keep someone in effect for life or don't. And so we have to pay attention to them, we have to recognize them, but also notice that they're actually metrics that affect our quality. The same is true with teaching and service standards that are also included in these performance evaluations. We're not really here to talk about those, though I have to say, I think that we're all interested in having those standards keep up with the present day. We, 5 years ago, actually finally got a complete listing of all the tenure and promotion standards in all the units in the university, and we need to begin to think about now revisiting those, making sure that they're what we want, that they conform to what we see as quality in these disciplines at this time. What we're looking at today in particular are what Brad has helpfully called mission metrics. I like that because it reminds me of rocket science, and that sounds exciting. Our mission is to respond to these three areas of our undergraduate, graduate, and research. What our plan is starting next year is to actually issue dashboards to units and both at the department level and at the college level so that they can see how they're doing. This will be combined with the operational stuff, but we wanted to make sure that faculty have access to this information. They can see how they're doing. We actually already implemented a version of this at the graduate level. Starting 2 years ago, we began to do graduate metrics, and we distributed those to all the programs. We've done that again this year. It really has sharpened people's attention on the issue of graduate education, and I think it will for the rest of our mission when we get these out. 2 quick notes. A gold standard for success at both undergraduate and graduate level is job and educational placement. These are data that are hard to get. We have some. We are trying to do a better job of collecting it, but until we have a good way of collecting it and, in fact, comparing it with other institutions, it's not going to be something that we can really bank on, but we know it's out there, and we need to develop our ability to collect it. The other thing to notice is that service data, that is what faculty do to serve the community, their departments, the university, the wider community, is not currently collected. It's difficult to collect because it's so diverse in what faculty do for the service component of their job. There are software systems that can help us collect that. We don't have those at this point. But of course, keep in mind that though service is important, we're not in a position to collect those data right now. Okay, so I talked about the 3 categories. I'm going to start with research. You already heard David talk a lot about research, and the data that he collects inform the issue of research. But remember, the stuff that he collects has primarily to do with grant funding, and a lot of our university has other kinds of research. So what are the sources? Well, the standard ones are currently academic analytics, which is a source for information, particularly in sets of fields around the sciences. There are discipline-specific sources that include things like professional organizations and accrediting agencies, and then other external sources. It's important to note that a lot of that is quantitative, and it has to be balanced against qualitative information as well. So just having some set of information around how many grants or how much money is fine, but we also need to know more than that. And so it's important that we keep in mind when we're doing counts that there's more information to be had as well. And we do that by looking at things like where publications are made, sources of grants, and so on. So in order to answer this research question in a way that applies not just sort of generally to the research project, but to particular units, that is degrees in our university, the provost has set us off on a local metrics project. What we aim to do is collect from the disciplines the metrics that they use to determine quality. Now that varies. Think about the studio artwork, right, is one thing, and chemistry is another. You don't look at the same thing to determine quality. Rather than trying to determine these things centrally, what we're doing is going out to the units and asking them to provide us with that information. That project is now underway, and by the end of this year, we will have definitions of local metrics from all of the units so that we can then operationalize it in the next round of the institutional hiring plan. We're also looking for, we haven't started this process yet, but looking for faculty productivity tracking software, which would make this a whole lot easier to do. Right now, we collect information in the form of CVs. I don't know if you've seen a CV, but they're very discipline-specific and extremely hard to read. What we want to be able to do is collect information in a systematic way, and we will need to be able to do that in the next year or so in order to make this project really work for us. So what are the local research metrics? Well, there are sort of two categories. One is science and selected fields in education. There's some real advantages to the kind of data we can collect in this area. The categories are grants and publications, citations and awards, but importantly, we're able to compare our results with other AAUs and R1 institutions. So we can say about chemistry how successful chemistry is compared with other AAU chemistry departments. In other disciplines, right, the other parts of education and fields that aren't science, we mostly can't do external comparisons. There are a few areas around accreditation reports and so forth we can, but for the most part, the data is only particular to our institution, and this makes it challenging. One of the ways of addressing that challenge is to systematically collect it. So if nothing else, we can compare ourselves against previous years and similar disciplines within the institution. But right now, it's very difficult to find comparatives for example, my field, philosophy, right? Humanities publications are not systematically collected by academic analytics. They're not systematically collected really by anyone. And it makes it difficult then to say, so how does our philosophy department compare with other philosophy departments in the world? Now, there is an advantage. They do collect books. They do count books. And our department actually tends to do very well. But that's just a side note, philosophy. Very good
that
public.
plug in.
Just right. They just had to mention philosophy. The categories of things that we can collect are publications and like stuff in other disciplines, so book chapters, performances, commissions, citation shows, and so forth. Awards, national awards, which are pretty easy to identify. There are some comprehensive lists of those, grants, and other kinds of fellowships. What we want to do is ask departments, philosophy, art, architecture, education studies, and so forth, to actually list the things that matter in that field and what the source of the data are. And then once we have those, we can begin to do serious comparison or serious evaluation of research quality. Undergraduate education metrics you've heard some about already from the student success folks. Essentially, we can divide these metrics into 3 categories. Overall undergraduate results, this is the fire we hold our feet to as an institution. Are we getting people through at the rate we think they should be for their undergraduate degrees? Are we getting people to complete their degrees in terms of carrying loads and so forth? Are they carrying what they need to do to graduate in 4 or 6 years and so forth? Do we have the diversity that we're seeking? Are our students in different categories, demographic categories, succeeding at the same rate and so on? This is at the university level, but that's not sufficient, partly because we can't direct resources very clearly from there. So we also need to be able to think about majors and courses. This goes right back to what we were talking about before. We need to think about course completion rates, for example, the percentage of students receiving grades of D and F and W and so forth, as a way of thinking about how successful those courses are. You may have a very large course, but if half the students are failing to complete successfully, then that's a course we need to look at very carefully, right? So this sort of information, though it's not related to quality in a direct way, stands as a kind of proxy. In general, we think if people finish their degrees within 4 years, that's better than 8. Right? If we think that if more than half the students are finishing the course successfully, that's better than one in which they're not, and so on.
Are you going to look at class size relative to some of these things by
Yes.
course, by major? Yeah.
Right, yeah. So by looking at specific courses, we'll have to categorize them by size, also by teacher, professors.
By size relative to by grades and
Yes.
course completion rate and so on?
Right, and that then will provide us with a couple of different kinds of information, both sort of how in general those sorts of classes work, but also it'll allow us to target efforts that affect directly student success, right? So that's how we discover bottleneck courses and so forth, and then we can address those in particular. So this information, again, will be produced annually and will provide us an ongoing way of thinking about how we're doing, both overall and by field and by course. Graduate education metrics are actually pretty well established on the PhD side. As I said, 2 years ago, we started doing program reports for all of the degree programs. We do both external comparative with other AAUs and internal data that have to do with things like admission selectivity and so on. I should just, as former graduate dean, one of the things that's worth noting is as soon as we started providing this information, people started coming to the graduate school and saying, how do we improve? Because we had some resources, thanks to the president, in the form of first-year fellowships, to distribute to departments that were doing well. Departments paid very close attention, and they've done a really amazing job, so amazing that this fall we had the largest entering PhD cohort we've had, 290 students. We had anticipated 240, but the department stepped up. They really worked hard to sort of respond to the concerns that we had raised with them, and the results were terrific, which means in the long run, in some years, our number of PhDs produced is going to go up, and it's going to change our place in the rankings even within the AAU. So this is all to the good, and it's what can happen when you actually tell people how they're doing, right? Master's metrics are harder. The AAU does not collect master's data, and so we have to sort of do internal comparisons. These are things that we can look at for master's programs, and as you know, at the master's level, questions about, for example, financial viability are very important questions. So if a master's degree program is not supporting itself, that's a question we have to ask about. We have to decide the nature of that program and whether or not that's something that we can continue to offer or we should change in some way. And so on the PhD side, that's sort of related to our research agenda. On the master's side, it's really responsive to the market, to workforce needs, and so forth, and we need to really modify and enhance those master's degrees according to how they stand relative to the world. So those are our metrics. Questions?
Brad, first, I want to absolutely applaud you for the work you've done. This is incredibly important, and I mean, it's so comprehensive. So it's really exciting to hear what you are doing, and I'm just dying to see as you go forward. Mm-hmm. How will you be prioritizing some of these areas with respect, especially as far as my committee, I would love to have you carve out pieces of these and share your results. And even, I love hearing that you haven't even completely developed the mechanism for the FTE yet, because as you're developing that, I mean, this is all very exciting. What you're doing is that you're creating as you're going forward. How will you be prioritizing? So what will be the first pieces that you'll be able to present?
My first answer to the prioritizing is that I will listen to Mike Schill and Giant. And they're the leaders of the institution, and they're setting our priorities, and they're doing a very good job of that. I can give you an example. Mike has made it clear we should have more PhD students on this campus. Those metrics you saw about PhD students now drive the allocation model that funds PhD students out in the schools and colleges. So he prioritized it, we operationalized it. It took a while because these things are hard, they're complicated, but we got there. And I will always listen to them to set the priorities.
And then when do you think you can start rolling out some of that information?
We are rolling out a lot of information all the time right now because we've sort of hit this moment where we can actually calculate things. Scott's graduate metrics are already out there. People are using them. We have a whole new set of undergraduate metrics, measuring time to degree and that sort of thing, laid out. I get to use Mike's favorite phrase again. The undergraduate metrics, when done at the department level, are very complicated. But we have found a way to lay them out so that people can really understand them and understand how students are flowing through things. Those are going out to our deans almost as we speak. The operational metrics will be going out to our deans next week, and they will be made public for everyone to see shortly after that.
So I want to apologize if I came across as aggressively. I think what you're saying is we're really hungry for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And right off the bat, a couple of fairly deep questions that I would love to see. Well, first of all, the plan, maybe. We sort of started right in the middle here today. So it feels like now we've got a big picture and moving forward on all the things that we want to evaluate around this excellence. And a couple things come to mind. One is, you picked on we don't know how to even calculate the service area. That's 25% of tenure track faculty's obligation, and I can imagine that there's some doing more and some that aren't pulling their weight, as well as I think the breadth of what that means. What are the definitions? Having been faculty, I kind of know, but I doubt that that's just intuitive out in the world. I think that could be very good public relations. The other thing is I'm really interested in knowing more about what are the evaluative, excellent evaluative metrics for non-tenured track faculty. What happens if we find an incredibly great NTF that teaches better than anybody else on campus and is teaching more students or whatever, but we've got another conflicting initiative that says we got to reduce non-tenured track faculty. See what I'm getting at? So I think that looking at all of those is going to be really interesting, and we may have to push back on some of the external qualifications, but if we can justify them on those merits of efficiency and quality.
I mean, all of this just emphasizes that this is a pretty complex balancing act that we're trying to do, but we've been trying to do it in the past without much information. And now I think we have information and we can ask questions and we can wonder about how teaching gets carried out. The service stuff, I should remind you, of course, every department has service standards. What we don't have is a central collection of it. So right now, I mean, we have faculty who are volunteering in the community. We have faculty who serve on the Senate and all of this. But we haven't got the ability to say, so how many are those, right? Ultimately, we'd like to have that information too, because as you just said, it's terrific public relations at minimum, right? It's to say, when faculty aren't teaching and aren't researching, they're in the community doing this and that and so on, right? Yeah, please.
Are there other questions? Yes.
I would like to just add that this is amazingly complex, but my friends here are doing such a fine job that I know about other universities also. And I think there is a real possibility that we could become national leaders in using quantitative data in a very meaningful way, in a kind way, in a sensitive way. And when we keep talking about putting students first, this is really a vehicle for doing that, and I'm very proud for that reason.
I'm really excited about what's coming out of your office. I think this is great for us as a campus, and I'm especially inspired by you thinking beyond the quantitative data. I think the quantitative data are really important and probably are more important for some disciplines, but that's not the full picture. And I'm excited by the local research metrics project. I think we'll learn a lot about that. And I'm wondering how the results or what you uncover, what you learn from that project will then inform the P&T guidelines that need to be revisited.
Right.
And they're all over the map and probably varying levels of quality and excellence and so on. I'm wondering if those data will then kind of inform the next steps.
That is actually the hope. When we get the units to actually say, so here are the things that we should be judged on, then that gives us something to go back and say, all right, is this how you're judging yourself, right? So let's look at your P&T guidelines and so on.
And let's write it down.
And yeah, right, exactly, right. Because I think oftentimes, and this is hard, it's hard, as you know, a junior faculty, if they don't have a clear picture of what's being asked of them, it's very hard to feel confident and know what you're doing and so on. And I think we can help them through this process by saying, well, these are the things that matter. So these are the things that are going to matter for you as you're coming up for tenure and promotion and so on, right?
Thank you.
So 3 years ago, when we started this board and I had the opportunity to address the University Senate, one of the things I said was that I am embarrassed that the University of Oregon is routinely ranked 143rd or 168th or 214th.
You're making it worse than it is.
Well, but I said I was embarrassed. I also said that I happen to know, because somebody whispered in my ear, that our College of Education ranks #1 in research funds received per FTE faculty, and that they're highly regarded, certainly ranked in the top 10 of colleges of education in the country, and that they had a very rich mix of degrees. They have PhDs in math and computer science and education and psychology. And I mentioned that I was also aware that our chemistry department has almost perfect placement of master's students in internships and et cetera. And I read this other stuff, because I'm interested, and I know Cal Berkeley has 22 academic departments ranked in the top 10. We as a board, if you listed the 5 or 6 things we are most responsible for, that we should hold ourselves accountable for, #1 has to be quality of the academic experience for our students, right? We know as trustees that we do not have the capability to reach those decisions on our own. We don't know whether chemistry is great. We don't know how to know that. We don't know whether psychology is good or whether we ought to get rid of it. I might have an opinion, but I'm not going to go. So, but we do have the responsibility, and we have to hold you. I'm sort of aiming at the provost here. We have to hold you responsible for finding a way that we know that we're whatever we are and that we're getting better. And it's sort of like a dashboard thing. How you tell us that in education could be could be radically different than how you tell us that in something else. But it's much more about that than it is all the underlying factors that allow us to excel. Those are important. Somebody has to worry about them, etc. But for the board, somebody has to figure out how to give us the confidence that our academic programs are truly outstanding and getting better. And that's the challenge, I think. How do we do that? I think where there are external reviews, it's enormously helpful. Some of us have been involved in those. I happen to think some of the external review process in the business schools is just bullshit. Some of it's really good. But every one of the business schools has it done, and you get to see who's number 1 and who's number 47. And so we need something like that on all of our major academic efforts. And I think if we wait for all of this enormous data bank of information to go together, that's not going to serve our purpose. It will eventually, but some of us will be long gone. So I would encourage you, and I think the provost principally, I can look at my friend the provost and say, figure out how we can be educated about this. Does that make sense to you?
It makes total sense, but I'm very optimistic that it won't be a long wait.
Good.
We will get back to you quickly. A lot of progress has been made.
Good.
We know which way we are heading, and what you say is very important. So we will deliver.
Well, I think that's what when we've talked about this as a committee, in Mary's committee, that's what we're asking. I mean, it is, if we drop that ball as a board, if we don't behave responsibly on that one question, it'd be hard to say we were being successful as a board. So thank you for listening to my question.
I think it's important to remember that it's an iterative process.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I think it's important to remember that it's an iterative process. As you say, we can't sit around waiting for all this data to come together before we make some decisions, before we tell you what's going on. Well, we're not. The institutional hiring plan was proposed and designed to do with exactly what you want, which is for us to get better. It wasn't designed for us to be able to show you that we're getting better. It was actually designed for us to get better. Now we need the methods to measure whether or not it's working. And I think we will see.
A good example is, this President Schill wasn't always thrilled that I did this, but I sort of wandered around to academic departments and said, are you in the top 20? Can you be in the top 20? What does it take to be in the top 20? And one of the lessons I learned by going to 3 or 4 departments was they were very professional, and they said, we'll get back to you. And it wasn't unreasonable or surprising that when volcanology came back and said, we think we can be number 1, and here's how to do it, and here's how much it costs, that some funds flowed to volcanology. That's the game we're living in as a comprehensive research university. We just have to know where we're good. So I appreciate that you're making good progress. These are really important metrics. I just think we're, asking a little bit more than that. Okay, any other questions or comments?
I would just say, I think we've been asking these questions since we started as a board. It started when we started talking about what our mission is. It started when we started thinking about who should be our leader. This has been a constant theme, so it's fantastic that it's being dressed in this manner. I actually think that in this great team, having, to be honest with you, someone who's trained to think, a philosopher involved in assessing this data is I personally think, really key, because data can lead you astray and it can give you the truth. It's really about how you analyze it and how you measure. But more than anything else, and this is what I'm really pleased about in listening to you, is that everything I've learned in life so far, and I haven't been dissuaded from this thinking, everything in life comes down to what is your primary motivation. And it's very clear to me that the primary motivation of your team, Giant, is to find a way to reach the bar, as Brad was talking about, sort of bringing up, and as our board chair has talked about, bringing up and seeing how we can be delivering a greater product to our students. And I think as long as that is your primary motivation, and everything comes along afterwards, which is how do we make it more efficient, how do we provide more of that because we are cutting here and cutting there, but this is the education we want from the university, then we're going to be okay. It's really just about what is your primary motivation, bottom line, and clearly listening to the three of you, I know we're going to be okay, so keep going.
I'll just say, since you're looking at me, I mean, I actually, agree. I believe right now where we are in higher education, this is one of the primary, there's so many problems in higher education, but this is one of the weaknesses of higher education.
Thank God we have you.
And it has, no, but some of this, we can do the best that we can do, but there used to be national rankings, NRC rankings, where you could make interdepartmental comparisons. They don't exist anymore. So what we have to do is build it up ourselves in some way. And one of the things that I think we discussed is there were two questions. One is, how good are we in an absolute sense compared to other people? And then, are we getting better? And those are two very, very important questions. Much easier for us to use our own data to judge the latter because we can get longitudinal data. Cross-sectional data, you want to pull your hair out. You can see it in the sciences because there's a readily agreed upon set of indicators that are nationally available. But you ask an English professor how good you are compared to other English professors. I don't know of any president, any board that's going to be able to say that. Now, if you go to them, they may be able to say something. But, again, and I don't believe anyone shined you on about, that we could be better. I doubt anyone was going to say to you, we can never be really good, right, when you walked around.
No, but some people have put a big damn price on it.
Oh, okay. But no, that is a challenge for us, is how do we judge ourselves compared to other programs? Right now, I think our focus is how do we make sure we're getting better internally and use program reviews, use data where it's available to judge other ones. But, that's why it's so easy for me to say, I know we're really good in biology, right? And I know that we're really good in earth sciences. I can't really say that. I can't say that with any level of assuredness with regard to some of the social sciences and some of the humanities, because there's no data around to compare us. And we can't put together data for the whole country because it's individually held, it's proprietary. But it's a hard thing, and academic analytics helps us a little bit with that, but that has its own set of issues. This is something, though, that I think that we do have the opportunity, as John said, to be national leaders on this, to be very focused on this, and so I'm excited about it because I don't think you're wrong in what you're saying.
I think I spoke with John some time ago about an example. I said, my guess is in history, it's very difficult for us to say our history department's, ranked 23rd or 12th or whatever it is. But if I knew, but I said, but I'm familiar with the history department at another university, and they had 2 or 3 really great historians. I mean, internationally established, renowned historians. I said, from my standpoint, if I knew we had 2 or 3 internationally prominent historians in our 20-person or however many history department, that'd be good enough for me. I'd say, hey, I like my chances, because I don't think they're going to surround themselves with sort of below average new assistant professors or whatever. So I'm wide open to how we get educated. And I understand the complexity of it. But I had consumed the Kool-Aid on the importance of it.
I agree.
So that's the.
I hate to leave, but I have to go to an honors college listening session at 2 o'clock. So thank you all very much and wish you wonderful holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Josh.
See you soon.
Thank you.
And God be with you as you go to that.
Should we adjourn?
I have to go to that too. Sorry.
We both have to get to that as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we can adjourn our meeting.